But okay. Stream should be live. I don't know these, but we'll find out. Okay. Oh, it's live. I don't see anything on screen, but yeah. Okay, cool. I'm today just going to be basically working on a project that I've been trying to work on for ages, but I keep procrastinating and doing other shit, so I figured I'll stream it because at least then I can feel like I'm being productive. In reality, I should probably be working on a video. I do have a script partially written, but it's just doing my head in at the moment, so instead, well, apparently we crashed Bevy, but I'm making like a scoring system. The idea is that you get different tiles, and the tiles are going to get different scores, and they'll like sort of stack together. So if you get a normal tile, it'll end a chain and start your chain with that many points, which I've only got the normal tiles, basically 1 to 5, -1 and -2. And the idea is that you can get modifiers that stack on top, and so like each modifier affects the previous one. I do have a list. So I got some basic stuff. I haven't quite worked out exactly what I would actually want to make, but sort of like some of the symbols just be fun. Like pi is 3.14 and phi is worth 1.6 points. Then there'll be like a multiplier, some would be like ×2 or ×3 or something. And then there's like to the power of 2, to the power of 0, divide, invert, so it makes it -1. Imaginary times by I. Inverse, so 1 over x. So absolute, which I guess would be like a recovery tile that returns it back to being positive. A shift tile, so the idea of the shift tile would be like it adds 1 to the base tile that you're modifying, which would be interesting because if your chain gets really long, like if you've got a x squared somewhere, then modifying the base tile will make it much bigger than if you don't. But I haven't really worked this out. So I was just working on UI. I was going to try and make like a mobile app that I can like basically put the tiles in on my phone while I'm doing this, and it'll like automatically calculate the scores. And so that's what I'm working on today. So again, just about being productive by doing stuff in Bevy. Need to flag my camera as being the UI camera. Default. Let's try that and see if my UI turns up on the main screen. Yeah, should we jump on Discord and be like if anyone wants to actually... I don't know. Bevy. That was the... Oh, someone's done something in Discord. I'll just jump in one of the voice chats if anyone wants to come and chat, because, yeah. Alright, so at the moment I've just got big numbers appearing. I added the editor so that I can mess around. I can't make the UI on both screens. What do we need? We need to select like this, and probably this, and go node. And be all like, how the hell do I center everything? I'm assuming it's just for content space around. What do we space around? No. Space between. Doesn't work either. Justify self align content space around. I don't know how to make fucking shit centered. That's the problem. Line self and no wrap and row. Yeah, I don't know. I want it centered, but I don't know how to do it, and I don't think I can just auto the nodes. There's lots of nodes. Because I'm pretty sure their margin is just going to be margin. Top. Auto, bottom, auto. Does that center it? It does. Okay, so I just need to, when I set that, not set that. How do I do this? It's here. I guess that's horizontal. Okay, no, that should space everything out correctly. Let's see if that works. Nope. That's, if anything, made it worse. Hilarious. How did that make it worse? Because it defaults to 0? Oh no. left, right, just padding. Okay, so we need to make it auto and auto, but we can't leave it, and the default's to 0. Okay, that's a real pain. So let's go back to here and go, where's our default mode? So if I like actually pop this out and say, these are auto, please. Sent, no, wrong pixels, 5. Send to pixels 5, and then we want to go auto and auto. Alright. So I guess I kind of need to work out some kind of way of doing different screens, I guess. So it needs to be like main exit UI. Let's make it like a module screens, I guess. That's the way I'm going to do this, but anyway, yeah, like mod screens. And then pop this open right here. So we're going to want to bring in the prelude. And then we want to like enum state screen. Then we'll be like, yeah, main menu, and then I guess it's just a team screen, and the team will hold these signs. So, did I call something else? Tile ID, player ID, yeah. So, where did I put it? Yeah. So I guess we'll call it player. That's a player ID. Right, like that, and then we probably need like a player select. So like this player select. Okay, so then we need to be like derive 8 needs equal power equal probably hash clone copy redebug. I don't know, we need debug default. I need to flag this as default. Okay. We need to do like plugin and then like screen plugin. That what did I just, oh god, I really messed up. Nah, then we can get rid of this because we don't need to import that twice. Okay, so we have a screen plugin, and then this is gonna be like app.init init state main screen. Okay, something like that. Do we need to go back to our UI and then go in your plugin and be all like add the system, and then app.add plugins screen plugin. Okay, so okay, then we go here and we go, okay, so okay, we need like a main menu thing, so main menu. I don't know what the main menu is going to have. We'll just like, I guess, have like a box and a. We don't need access to the asset server. Something like that. We probably also want to say like need like a button system that way. That should probably be in the UI. Then system. We need a button system. We need to query buttons, which is going to be a query for an interaction. and a UI button, which we'll make in a minute, then changed interaction. I think that's how you do it. And then you go down here and you say, commands. Then we say for interaction button iter, if interaction equals match button, no, don't match button. We then say if interaction equals pressed, then commands dot queue system run system, and then we pass in button dot on click, and then we just need to make a component construct UI button on click, which is not a boxed function, no, is a system ID, like that. And that's it. So the way this works is that like anything we attach this UI button component to will then be caught by this system when it gets clicked on, like interaction wise. We need to also say that you need to require a button. Okay, so when you click on the button, it will run whatever system you have linked with the system ID. It's like a convenient way to make like universal buttons without having to like individually code logic for each button. I used to do this with what they call like ad hoc systems. So with commands, you can say like commands.queue, and then you can pass in anything that implements command, which also means that you can implement anything that takes in immutable worlds. So anything like this is considered a valid command. And so what I used to do is you would have like a UI button, and then that UI button would have a boxed like mutable reference to a world, basically, so a command, and then you would run the command. But they added system ID, but the ability to run systems by a system ID a few versions back, which is now like a much more convenient way of storing like buttons. And because you can also do like states and also things, like you could say like a button has a particular in and out, and that which gets captured and run when you pass to it. So it's a pretty good way to make buttons, is what I've decided. At least it may not be the best way to make buttons, but I definitely think it's a good way to make buttons. So we're going to say underscore systems on update, and then we need to paste in. Okay, so the idea is you should probably be public. So UI button, and then we go over here and we say, okay, so to spawn our main menu, we want to we want to initialize whatever it's called, like the scoped IDs. Add scope state event. Enable state scoped entities, like that. And the state is screen. Like so. So this means that we can state scope an entity and it will despawn when we remove the thing. So then we want to say like something like commands dot spawn, and then we want to do all that, and then like with I guess that's actually it. Now we say, so do something like node, and for now we'll just say defaults. We just want to do that quickly. We can call it main menu. That's completely unnecessary, but anyway. We'll make it a really dark gray, give it a border radius of 10, and then we say yes, children spawn, and then back, and then button. Okay, well, we'll get rid of this, but that's how it's going to be done. I'll work that in a second. It's not how buttons work. Why do you keep thinking that's how buttons work? Just like this. So we would need to say something along the lines of parentheses. It would need to be a button. It would need to be a, oh, actually we don't need to do that because we can just say UI button. UI button. And then on click, just like that. So I think we can use commands to register systems. Commands, I hope. On click. and then that's commands dot register system, and then we can pass in a system, and that can be the so let's let's be like fn go to new, and then this will just be a system that does nothing. Anyway, fn to do go to load. Anyway, okay. So then we go here and we register a system, and we say go to new, like so. So that means when we click this button, that's where we go. Then we also need to say need like text, I want to say what it is, and then we say new. Then we say new game, I guess. Yeah, okay. Like that. So commands can't be done because you can't borrow commands. Okay, so we need to say like so we need to say like let get no go to new, and then go to load. Forgot about this. Because we're borrowing the thing, we've got to keep references to things. So then we can do exactly the same thing again. Something like that. No, sure, you can have exit. What the I don't know why it put that. Sometimes the AI is just a bit weird. Just does random shit. Okay, like so. Okay, so system ID exit. That's not how you work. Okay. And we say let exit equals, except it's not system ID exit, it's I think it's what we're gonna say, like exit, and then this is an event writer, and then there's the exit code. No, that's Windows. App exit. I think that's how you do it. And then you just like send event app exit, like success. It's not send, it's write. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how you exit an application. So we can just say that and we just put exit there. Okay, so you load exit, and then you select new game exit, and then these will need like UI, I'm pretty sure, on top of that, but it should be fine. Cannot borrow exit as mutable. Okay. Why do you want to rewrite it to send? Go away. Okay, so do we have a new button? No. So, okay, so in your node, we need to give you some like nice styling. So we're going to say like width is val percent. No, it's not like 33%, and then height is something like 75%, and then everything else can be .default, I think. Alright, so you need to have a add system on enter screen main menu, and then you run the system build main menu, like that. So that should, in theory, when we boot up the game, because our screen should then be loaded. No, okay, that should get us into the main menu. Come on. It's going to cause issues because we've still got this setting up and spawning a whole bunch of other stuff on top, but that should be fun. Hey, it spawned something over here. I can't see what's on it. We should probably remove this piece of code, wherever that is. Let's not spawn test stuff while we wait. We should maybe add a test to the main menu though, because that would be useful. Yeah, so... Okay, so we spawn this is over here, and we go, why are you not actually rendering anything? Apparently I can't click that because that just crashes the game. What do you mean? So it's got nothing on it at the moment. I'm a bit worried because I think what's happening is we're clicking a button. Encountered a panic, yeah, because it's just this button system applied, deferred, panicked because it's not yet implemented, navigate to new screen. So there's something there, but we just can't see it. So that's always fun. So maybe it's because we didn't specify sizes of buttons. Like in UI, we should move UI into mod and rename it just to keep things a bit tidier. Mod, okay. So we're probably gonna need some like helper functions, like default button color, like so. Yeah, this is going to turn background color. Why do you always like such dark grays? Please give me like a nice light gray. Okay, so we have a nice default. Yep, and then no, I want like a default button node, which is then going to return node. Okay, width percent. Okay, so we want that to be like 95. Why are you yelling at me? What is your problem? Okay, margins vertical 5 pixels. Okay, so I think this we want to go something along the lines of yeah, that's not it's UI rect left, right, top, auto. Except I think you want to be that screen. So we do want to be percent. It's the issue is that margin. I'm 90% sure margin when it's a percentage takes like the percentage of the width no matter what. Which find what we're doing. When a margin, padding or border, they percentages relative to the parent node's width. Yeah. Okay. So we can make you 2.5. And just want to be 2.5 percent. That should mean that all buttons are centered in their parent by default, and then okay, yeah, it should work. Okay, so we're gonna go down here and we go, hey, we need each of you to have the actually maybe do it on the UI button. Your required components. We can say you require a node, and then you equal default background color. Yeah, there we go. So that means if you don't specify a color, it defaults, which is exactly what we want. Whoever at Bevy writes the macros for their derives is a wizard. Hey, look at that. We now have our buttons working. Now, I want your flex direction to be different. I want to go like node. I want to go like, hey, for some ways, go like flex direction. Looking for like a word row or column. Box size, bounding box. Clip margin. Wrap. Flex row. Column. Nope, that's it. Auto grid. There it is. Flex direction column. Hey. Okay. There's a way to justify the text to be centered as well, so we'll work on that. Okay, so you need to be margin UI rect all val auto, because I think the issue is that the default margin is 0, not that's that done. So the new load, and then we'll click exit. It actually exits. Okay. So then to center our text, centering our text is the text layout. Are you the one that says like justify content text left centered line break? No wrap? Okay. You don't like this because they're not the same, I'm guessing. Okay. Does that center our text? I don't know if it will, because leftmost, rightmost character. See, but it's only equally left and right. I don't know how you center the text in the middle. Oh, we have to change the view, so it's flex direction column. Rather than rebooting, we're going to menu, node, flex direction column. Okay, so it's still not justifying the fucking text. Font. Your font handle relative to font, anti-aliased, and text color, text layout, center, justify, right? But it's not actually doing anything to the text, which annoys me. I think the issue is that it's because it's it should be like maybe the main menu that justifies the text, and then that affects all text below it. I don't know. There's definitely somewhere you can fucking mess with the text. Why is this so massive? What? Oh god. What? Okay. Okay, well, obviously a lot goes into rendering some text onto the screen. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, and it crashed. Why? I don't know what it's doing. Something, obviously. Oh, we have to make this work on a phone as well. That's something else I need to remember to do. Okay, so why is it not? Okay, so it's laid out the right way. We should also make this the where's the node thing? We remember where I put the button stuff. I want it to be the height. Wait, no, your height is auto. I hope that's going to make them as tall as it can make them. But we want to say min height is valve pixels, like 50. Is that going to make them automatically, or do I have to enable stretch? I might have to enable stretch or grow, or whatever it's called. Now, okay, so they don't get full height, so I think it's grow that I need to set to 1. Flex grow. Now, the issue is I don't know if 1's correct because it's like 1, I feel like 1 means it takes up the remaining space, but I'm hoping it's that it gets 1 point of priority, as in if you give it 2, it'll get 2 of the 2 lots of share. So because there's 3 of them, if you gave it a 2, it'd be 2 quarters because the total is 4. Let's see if that's actually how that works. I don't think it is. I have a feeling that if I give it 1, it'll just fill all of it. So we go somewhere down here, somewhere it's like grow. Let's grow. 1. So now new fills all of the space, and then if I said node, and I said you have a grow of 1, I have a feeling it's just going to overfill it. Ooh, not a grow of Q, a grow of 1. Oh no, it actually does seem to work how I think it works. Okay, it's still, because I've got the margin set to auto, haven't I? That's annoying. I think I have to give their margin also just a %, like a val % too. That's going to be annoying because I think it's not going to justify the content like that anymore. Anyway, work on what we're doing screen. So in here, how do I center text? Apparently it's not text layout. Okay, to font settings, blocks of text. So I think that's kind of the issue, is that it's for blocks of text and we're not using blocks of text. Block text composes of text spans where each has a separate string value and text font. Text spans with a block are considered computed text blocks for layouts and then inserted into the text layout info for rendering. See text 2D for core text and text for Bevy UI text. Yes, but so I have top level text component. Adding text to an entity will pull it. Setting up UI text nodes. The string is the component of the field. Text span is a hierarchy of text span and content fucking text span. Text span. Yes, but how do I fucking? There's something. I don't. Maybe it's not text layout. Maybe it's like text. There's something you can do, and it will fucking put the text in the middle. Text 2D, text 2D reader, writer, text color, text font maybe. So you have a font smoothing, line height, font size, and a font handle. No, it's not going to be text. Font. There's definitely a way to fucking center it though. Wait. That was a text UI reader. UI alias for text reader. What? Text. Reader, text color, text error, text font, text layout, text shadows. Text span, maybe? Text span is only valid as children of entities with text layout, which is provided by text for the font Bevy UI. Spans are considered hierarchy of the... What the fuck? Text layout. It's color. Okay, so it appears that we have to actually well, that's annoying. If it yeah, I don't know how to center it. How the hell do I center it? Maybe I can just Google it, and then that'd probably be smart, wouldn't it? Just see if there's a like how to center text. Maybe. It's probably something along the lines of so it says it's justify content that we need to set, like, which I was going to say would be my thought of like maybe it's something that Node sets, because the text is obviously not a child, so it's like it's something that can be controlled by this. So like justify content. Well, it's got its justify content set to center. So that's not going to work. Justify items center. No. Aspect ratio none. Max height. Justify self. Align self. Align content. Center. How the hell do I get the new fucking text? Why? Why are you like this, Bevy? Width and height and something center auto. Justify. It's everything set to center. I mean, justify self and justify content center. Align content center. Nope. Space evenly. Space around. I don't think anything in here is going to grow, and columns, and it's the text color and font, and then text layout, no wrap, any character, word or character, word boundary, justify, nope. Center, nope. If I say right, it doesn't change side either, so like it's just not working. So The only thing I can think is maybe it's supposed to go text layout info. So maybe I'm supposed to put that on the menu thing. That's the only thing I can think, is if I put it up here, if I said like text layout and then justify, text justify text center, no wrap. Like doing it there maybe, because it appears by like reading the documentation, it affects the things below. So like it says like this will affect all computed text blocks. But it's still not doing anything, so apparently we're just not supposed to have centered text. I don't get it, because it doesn't change anything. I know I've done it before, but I have no idea how to do it now, so let's just work on something else instead. Let's actually make it not crash when we do something. So go to new, go to load. So we want like PK store so that we can actually have a Bevy PKV equals the versions available, I guess. So this will allow us to actually have the PKV thing. So we're gonna like add, I want to say it's insert resource. Insert resource Bevy PKV store new. Nope, it's not working. Why can I not see that? Did I not save this? There we go. New, it takes 2 arguments. So we're going to say file game and this is Fox and file. I think that's what I call it. I don't know. I would have to open up my other game to work out voxel shader. I don't think voxel shader use it. I think that's Fox is what I use for my organization. I don't know. I have to look through my files and look and find out and see what the old one's called, but I'll do that on stream. Anyway, so we can put our PKV store in there. So that means that when we go to yeah, so when we go to like player select. Okay. So I guess go to new would call obviously we need next, which is going to be res mute next state screen don't mind me eating, please. I think that's all we want to do. Like all go to next is going to do is go next dot that screen player select. It needs to clear the PKV as well. PKV res mute. Actually, not. I don't think it even needs to do that because we don't have a saved game. So I might just get rid of new entirely and replace it with a next, and then we need to specify that next is a res mute next state screen, like that. So that's all that does, because then we can put all the behavior inside of the on enter. Load has to be done differently because load needs to specifically, and we go game state, I think, and then we say players. So we need to go, okay, so we have a player ID and a sequence. So I guess we need 30. I think, I don't think, I assume it's 30 that we need. We'll find out. What about the menu screen? Okay, so load. So load needs to have next. So mute next. Your res state next commands. What the? Okay. Alright. What else do we need? We need grab our PKV store, and we also need game state. Pub players. Okay. So players. How do I get to that? Players. Right, that we can say something along the lines of if okay players data equals save dot get. So we should probably also make a key. It's gonna get needlessly complicated. Let's make our own little module. PKV keys. Oh, no, don't do that. Go away. You stole my key press. Go away. Okay, like the AI kept opening, going, I'll let the AI fix the problem. It's like, no, don't let the fucking AI fix the problem. We have a predefined macro for that. So we're going to say pub const save game stir equals saved game. It's a pretty lazy way of doing it. The other way to do it's an enum with a strum on it, but then I have to bring strum in, and it just like there's a little bit too much bloat for what I want to do. When in reality, like all I'm going to be doing is create PKV keys saved game. Like that's all I needed to do. So you get. And it needs to implement into as ref stir, and this will give us a result T or an error E, so maybe we should match it. No. Instead we're going to say you're going to get players. Go away. God, I don't like that it doesn't let you click where you want to be because the AI is suggesting something. Then we just say state dot players. Should like set players and then pass it data like that. We should probably log that the error happened. Else warn. Else, I guess it's error. No save data found starting new game, and then we say state dot clear. Do you have clear? No. Yeah, we'll just call clear, and we'll add a clear function. And then we need to say next dot set green player select like that. Okay, so why are you not letting me? Do I only have this immutably? No. Okay, you're saying that that doesn't have those functions. Okay, yes, it doesn't. Players. So we need a clear. We should probably rename that to new game, but okay. Anyway, load takes in mute self and yep, and then okay, cool. So it's gonna be called load because it means if we change our data later, we can still just do this. Why are you saying we can't do get? Because it's saying that it doesn't implement serialize. Okay, so that means we do need, I think it's 30 you're saying. Player array 30, 30, yep. 30. When we go to UI, I'm gonna player ID. Just serialize and deserialize on the player and also on the sequence. I'm gonna have to put a custom deserializer in, aren't I? Because box can't be fucking serialized. God damn it. There's a way to do it, but I don't remember how. I'm going to write my own. Pain in the ass. Okay. Simple serialize for sequence. Serialize. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, so I think we say like serialize something about like start, no, serialize map, I think. Maybe. I don't know. It's not a map because maybe it is. Serialize struct, serialize struct. So struct needs a name and then a length, and the length is, I'm assuming, the number of fields. Yeah. This must be followed by 0 or more calls to serialize field, and then a call to end. Okay, so. Okay, no. Just call it map. I think it needs to be mutable. And I'm assuming len is the is len. Okay, the name is the name of the struct, and the len is the number of data fields that will be serialized. Len does not include fields which are skipped. Okay, so we need a name, and the name of you is really you should be called player, but that's besides the point. And then you have 2. Okay, sure. Except we need to. I don't like you. You're no fun. So we call serialize field and we call name and we pass this in. Why are you not allowed to do this? Because we're not using 30 maybe? Use 30 serialize struct. Okay, and then so we can't do that with tiles because tiles requires Okay, so then well, what we would then do is say like let new vec equals map dot serialize. So I only call serialize field, but what I want to do instead is something like serialize like that. So I need to serialize. I want to serialize a like an array or whatever it's called. So like, I don't think I can do that without calling NTU, and that would cause a problem. So so it's a serialized field. I mean, pass that in. It only returns the result. So map is run. The hell? System. What the hell? Why do you have a run? Okay. So into system set run. So the only thing I can do is serialize a field. Yes. So I would need to somehow so what does it have to be? A value, and value has to be a t, and t has to influence serialize.
Yeah, no, I was just making a statement for a book name.
Okay. Wait, that's just serialize struct. How would I pass in? So you're saying that this doesn't implement this, which is fine because we can. I'm assuming implement. Can I? Can I implement serialize for box time?
I'm not that bad.
Okay. Okay, so that seems to work, which means I can then serialize that vector. The issue is that when I serialize them, they're going to have to store their name, which I guess is fine, because when I serialize the vector, if they serialize themselves as like a tuple of their name, or like the type and then their data, then when I deserialize them, they'll be pulled out as a tuple of their type and their data, so that should be fine. So they're then going to get
Doesn't really matter.
so to serialize a boxed thing, we're going to say like self dot no, that's serializer dot serialize a tuple.
The word right next door to the hospital.
Like that. We're gonna say let mute yeah. Tuple equals okay. Okay, so the tuple of two values like and then we're gonna say tuple serialize element ID. No, don't get his icon path.
Oh, okay.
And then serialize self.
Fair enough.
That's that's fine. That's just okay, let's hope that's not all in the background. So tuple serialize element, and then we have to call like map tuple that end.
One day soon I might want to get a
Okay.
pension card, but not
So serialize and then box and then tile, and then we serialize a tuple and then tuple of two values, and we serialize the ID. Now I don't actually know if the ID stores anything. I should probably have like something like type. Is type a reserve? I don't think you can do that. Yeah. No. What we want is probably for tiles have to implement reflect. So reflect. And then is it just like type reflect type path type
No, she's not already back in.
Is it type path?
See ya. Bye.
Reflect type path? I assume it's type path. Alright. We probably want short type path actually. Reflect path. Reflect short type path. Okay. And then pass in self. So you serialize the name and then self. And then we have to implement deserializing for this stuff. So that should be easy to say, like just do it in reverse. Import deserialize for sequence. Quick fix. No, okay, all right, deserialize. Okay, so then I need to come down here. We need to probably implement deserialize for boxed first. So import deserialize for boxed dine tile, like so. So I'm going to say type and path, and then but that's the trick, isn't it? Okay. So tuple equals. So can I say like deserializer dot deserialize tuple? Okay, it's two. Oh no, I have to write visitors. No, I don't want to visit. Yeah, you're the worst. Hint deserializer type is expecting a sequence of values, and how many values there are without looking at the serialized data. Okay, but you have to pass in some kind of visitor, which is horrible. And then v where v value. Okay, so something I can do here, something I'm sure you can get the, it's just horrendous. How do I get a visit? So I don't want to have to implement it. See, I don't think I can pass in the correct deserializer. That's the problem. The deserialize D. See, and if the visitor doesn't have access to the type information, oh god. Okay, so we're gonna something like struct. We can file visitor. Annoying. I have to like implement the visitor. So 30D visitor for file visitor. You're not gonna let me, are you? Because okay. Expecting, fine, write that. A tuple of path and tile. Yep. Okay. And so we need like a just make you shut up about lifetimes, i.e. value. So your value. Sure, you can return that. Is that how that works? I don't know if that's how that works. I almost certainly know how that works. So we could deserialize tuple, and then I'm assuming your F, like, there like a, is it visit tuple? No. See, that's the thing. I'm passing in tuple, which is hinting that it's a tuple, but I get the visitor. Does the visitor then know what it is? Enum, char, bar, stir, boolean. See, but you won't know what it is. There's definitely a, can we get the visit string? I'm assuming the default implementation for so yeah, like visit IA, it's just visit all of the others. Yep. So and then visit I32. So some of these are going to be like it will panic. That'll be visit map. 30 error, invalid type. Okay, so there's visit enum. Visit sequence. I guess I guess we just find out what it thinks it visited. That would probably be the smarter thing to do. Well, the issue is expecting. Where data this visitor expects to receive. Error messages. This message should an integer between this for this message should not be capped. Should end in a period. What? Okay. I'm assuming it's because it slots it in somewhere in the error message. So then we use I don't think this is how this works, but we'll just say, hey, you can just do this. So you're saying we can't implement deserialize because you don't have a lifetime. Is that how it works? Mismatched type expected something about result. Did you erase that? Oh, because you're doing that. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So apparently that should work, and then we should be able to implement deserialize because we should just be able. I mean, in theory, we should actually just be able to put the deriving deserialize back here. We should be able to just derive serialize and deserialize. I think. Maybe not. I can't derive serialize because it's already implemented. You can derive deserialize, right? I just do this, so you're gonna let it. Or you complain about serialize. If I did that, what? Yes, because the only thing that was stopping it was the tile. Okay, the fact that I've implemented a serialize and deserialize for tile. Okay, that should be working fine. Annoyingly, it's gonna. Because I have no way of slipping a type registry in here anyway, I'm gonna have to make sure that I do something special. We'll work that out. Well, now I just need to actually know what it does when it saves it. Basic tile cannot provide dynamic type information through reference. Consider annotating tile basic type with the derive reflect. Yes. Please derive reflect. Reflect. Ah, great. This is going to be annoying. I've got to fucking stick reflect on everything. Reflect, and then the file color is also going to be reflect. How many other fucking places do I need reflect? Basic needs reflect. Okay, so now when we run this, it's gonna complain? I don't know if this is gonna work. Got needlessly complicated. Yes, thank you. Interesting. Why is it taking so long to compile is my question. What did I do? So I added all this serialization shit. Okay. So it's probably gonna do nothing, to be honest. My assumption, which I need to probably write a RON and then convert it to a RON and back again so that I can actually like read it. Do RON and then we make like a test or something in sequence and we go first off, load game. Does load game crash? No. Oh, we have to also state scope it. It says no saved game found, starting new game. Okay, so that's something to do. Go to screens, go, hey, build my menu. Your state scope. Screen main menu. Thank you. So that should mean that when we click that button, the main menu will disappear because we leave the state. Okay. Now let's go here and let's write a test. FM. Okay, it brings in basic tile. It says a sequence. It says borrow. It says test sequence and tiles are new. We add tile, basic tile, 1 color red. Tile suit bamboo. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put that as a comment because bamboo seems like a really interesting thing. Not for what I'm doing, but like as a potential like not thing, like maybe in the future. Bamboo. No, it's not a fucking boy. Because sometimes the AI suggests interesting stuff, but it's like it's not actually correct. So we need a I guess we'll call it like a club. Clubs. So it's a clubs, and then we say 30 JSON to string sequence, and then unwrap, and then we say serialized sequence, serialized, and then we deserialize the sequence, and then we test name, and then we test the length is 1. Right. Now, it's probably not going to work at all because I didn't do anything. Yeah, the visit doesn't work. So somehow, when we call deserialized tuple, it's supposed to work out. Wait, we're supposed to run the test, not run the game. You're gonna compile everything, are you? Oh, no, okay. So basic is private. Okay. Yeah. Why are you searching JSON? No, wrong. I did not notice that at all. Okay, tiles, and then we say, hey, basic. Can we do public pub basic? Thank you. And okay, now go back to our tests and go, hey, you know what? This time, fields are all private. Did I make like a random one? Like what? Import basic tile, random. Hey, well, you know, you did actually make the ability to pick one at random. Thank you. Use directly format string. Okay, I didn't run the fucking test. Run the test, please. Okay. Hey, it failed. Of course it failed. What did it fail with? So it said successful failures. Okay, so failures, sequence, series, unwrap by exceeded recursion limit. Okay. But where did it panic? Which line did it panic on? Okay, so it panicked on toString, it exceeded recursion limit because when I serialize you, what the fuck are you doing? You serialize a tuple and then you, okay, so you pass in self. Okay, so we need to do something else. We need to sort of like pass in we need to somehow get to the tile. So what we would want to call is something like maybe self dot serialize, and then mute tuple question mark, like that. We're going to do that. Then you're going to complain, but we're going to say, hey, tile. Part of tile is going to have serialize like this, which is going to take in, I guess, a reference to self and a S, which is S, where S is a 30 serial. Is that how that works? Something like that, and then returns a S OK and then S error. Okay, but instead of doing that monstrosity, well, first off, oh god, it's not good. Wait. Okay, first off, we need to name that something else. So let's call this like 2. So okay, something like 230, like that. And also you don't by default implement anything. You just, this is a trait. No, go away. I need to know what this looks like. Okay, so 230. Okay, and then we go. If I save that, so first off, basic's gonna start yelling at me because it doesn't have it. 230. It's going to be a to-do. Yeah, cool. So then you're complaining because it's not Dyn compatible. Consider moving 230. So why is it not Dyn compatible? Oh, because it has an S. An S is okay. So we're going to do this. And we're going to say that you're actually immutable. 30 serializer. I don't know. Yeah. Right, we can't have that. So what the? Okay. So can I have a different trait called tile 30, which just has to 30, which is like this, FN. Okay, so that might work. Yeah, do that. Thank you. Then we can get rid of this from here, and then we can go, hey, but you have to have a tile 30 plus this other stuff. Okay, so cool. So can we say that this is S and then S? I got a bit confused there and just like made an entire. That actually appears to work. Okay, wait, the trait tile is not. But 230 is a different trait. Okay, so I can't do that because how does reflect do this? I can definitely pull some shenanigans with reflect though. I'm sure. Like reflect has some kind of weird thing that you can do with, like, how does reflect do it? Dynamic type, partial reflect. You do something with reflect, I'm sure. Okay, that's the trick, isn't it? Well, maybe. I mean, the trick would just be to add a just add the 230 as a move it out of basic tile. Oh, so we were here and we say, hey, instead it's just like trait. We just say like S, where S is 30 serializer is incorrect. It's not 30 serializer. But we'll so you do that, and then we say, well, you don't take in that anymore. You just move reference to S. Okay, so something like, no, don't do this. So the type takes in that, and then when we go here, we can say, hey, this is a S. Wait, you take an S? Okay. So okay, wait. 30 serializer, like so. And can we use this S? Like, is this a thing that we're allowed to do, or is this going to say no? You can't like remove this as generic trait. The type is not. Okay, but plus file 30 S. Okay, can we bring that in? No, apparently not. It's because it's probably private. Cannot find in scope. Can we qualify that? Oh no, you're gonna complain? Only auto traits can use. Wait, what? Can we say and pull this where tile no, I don't know, that's definitely not going to be a thing. Box dine. Yeah, the issue is like there's no way to specify that the internal type needs to be that type. I can't do that. Can I give a reference to a reference like that? Can I add like a trait here and say fn to surd, which then takes in self and returns a reference to a dine file surd, like this. Wait, kind of. But I need to specify an S. If I got rid of your S and put your S in here, I don't think that would work, but we need to put the S, like S. Yeah, so I don't think that's going to work because you're going to tell me that you're not dine compatible because you have a generic. Okay. How does... I don't remember how Bevy Reflect gets around this. It's like it passes some kind of thing that erases the dynamic. I mean, the obvious solution is just know what the fucking S is and stop trying to pass it around as a generic and just have an S. Can I just have you not return a result? Can you just return return nothing? I don't know if it's going to let me do that. Can I then say this takes in a dine S? No, dine, or just a reference to a 30 serializer. Like, can I? Oh, I need to give me a reference. And then if I got, wait, what? No, that's not wrong thing to be editing. Not you that I need to be fucking around with. That's kind of funny. I'll leave already you because you're going to complain about that being a thing. And we need to go, hey, S is 30 serializer. Are you going to work now? No, I'm just going to extra fucking shit. Okay, this is back to work. So go back to here and go here and go, okay. So you can't do that. But can I do it if I say, actually, you just don't return anything? Right, but you take in a mutable 30 serializer, at least like so. Like you just take in a mutable reference to 30 serializer. The expected type is dine incompatible. Damn it. Okay, so you can't be dine because... No, okay, it's kind of possible. How do I do this? Is there a way to do this for sure? Like I mean, the obvious way is just to turn it into a fucking string. It's so lazy. Fuck you. Alright, fine. Self.toRon. Tuple.serialize element and self.toRon. And then we get really boring and we go, yeah, there you go, self.toRon. Yes, and then we need to go, hey, a tile needs to have a toRon implementation. Okay. All this extra stuff. I was trying to be fancy with it, but I don't know generics enough. So we go to fn toRon, takes in self and it returns a string and it just fucking sticks self into fucking... What? No, don't have an implementation. The way it turns itself into ron is entirely up to it. Leave it alone. Don't be mean to it. Anyway, fucking fn toRon. I say ron toString self expected failed to serialize to string. Huh. Yeah, you really should return a not a new result. So you should probably return a ron 30 result. What do you say? Ron result string like this, and then we don't need this expect like this. Now you're gonna tell me that the method's wrong, but that's because we're gonna go change the method. Hey, we use you. Cool. Now your problem is that you don't implement serialize. Okay. And now I have to play whack-a-mole with this. So serialize, deserialize, and then just copy that and go, hey, serialize, deserialize, and you get you and say, hey, you get serialize and deserialize, and you get serialize and deserialize, and like actually import. Thank you. Okay. Alright, we call toRon, and then you're saying, hey, you can do that because it's not a reference. Cool. Then you call toRon new, and then it says trait error. Alright, right. You need to maybe do this. No. We need to like map error to S error. Is there a custom? No, it has to be some kind of generic fucking... What restrictions do you have on your error type? Probably nothing. Yeah, no, it's just... Well, it has to implement std error. Doesn't std error have some kind of fucking sized declare error trait? There has to be something I can fucking do. Apparently not. We just panic. Dot expect ron to work? Question mark? No. That's going to require a little bit too much fuzzing for it to be fun. Anyway, so we're going, hey, run this, and then we need to find out what the fuck happened. Okay, so you failed, but you should have failed on deserialize this time. Okay. Found a sequence. Wait, what? So we serialized a tuple. Oh, right. So you, yeah, okay. So we need to be like, fn visit sequence. Something like this. And then we say like, make you mutable. Thank you. And then, wait, what? I find that really funny, but how have we said that you actually managed to deserialize yourself? Because I don't think we implemented that properly. That doesn't seem right. But like, well, there's a type path. And then we need to match the type path, because without knowing the type path, it's literally impossible to debox it. So, So I guess what we do is like, This is why we have the visitor. We match type path. Also, can we give like a reference to a string? I don't know, is that a thing that I can do? I don't know if I'm allowed to pull a reference to a string out of you. Anyway, we're gonna mash you and we're gonna say, hello, we need to be like basic tile yeah, reflect short type path. Is that a thing I'm allowed to do? I don't know. Otherwise we need to underscore this, and then we need to say error excuse me, no, you don't do that. Well, okay, it's why, what are you doing? Get rid of the question mark. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to get the errors away so I can work out what the fuck is happening. So mismatch sure, stick that fucking piece of text in there. Match has encountered a type of unit type but found in yes. Okay, so you would return okay box new basic tile. And okay, can you shut the fuck up now? Okay, cool. Then instead of doing this, you do this and you do that. There we go. Okay, cool. Do that. Thank you. Okay, so we can't reflect short name because I'm pretty sure that's what we save, isn't it? So when we serialize it, we say reflect short type name path. So where does this come from? Who fucking knows? Apparently, type path, short type path. Okay, so can I say like something like type path? Nope. Bevy. Nope. I said basic tile. Like, why do I need to own the fucking thing? Like, that's what's annoying me. Basic. Type path. Like, that's a trait, yeah, that I can import. Okay, and then crate name, module name, short type name. And then I don't fucking do anything. Okay, so then we do we go, it's something like basic tile as type path. Short type path. Is that a way of getting it? No. So you're a trait, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Trait. So how the hell do I pull that? How do I pull that out? So are you telling me that found associated function? So wait, okay, so wait, can we say let basic equal basic tile short type path? Like, that's a thing that I can do. And then can I match on basic? I don't think so, but I don't think I can pattern match on this because it's, let me see, like to do. Like this. Okay, so we can't just call that, but I can do that. But that's because you're not actually type matching on you, you're just catch-alling it. But like, can I do this then? No. Expected tuple struct or tuple variant found associated function So you're saying I can't do that? It's really annoying. I'm assuming you're also not static. Why is this not static? Well, that's annoying. Well, not static, const. The function here should be constant because it's calling it and returning a static lifetime. Anyway, returns are short, pretty print enabled path to the type. Generic parameter types are also shortened. For option, this is option vec. Huh. Okay, so I hate that. If type path equals basic tile short type path else error. I guess technically you do that at the bottom. You just fucking say error 30D error custom unsupported. No, you return that, thank you. Why you if branch is empty? Yeah. We do. Implement it. So okay, so you're saying I don't need to wait, what? Are you telling me to do this? Is this what you are saying? You evil yellow line? Okay. That's a weird thing to have as a default. Anyway, we do this and then we say, hey, if you do this, can we just like return a okay box new basic tile the issue is I'm gonna have to do like from wrong. Okay, so somewhere I'm unwrapping something where I don't have to, which is here expect. So this I think I can replace with a okay, so we're gonna say like match to self dot to ron. Yep, do that, and then otherwise that custom error to string. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So down here we do something. We say see, here's the thing is because we do to ron here and we've like put a string in its place. But the fact that I can presumably get access to the type here and pull the string, like, but I can pull it out. Like I can just say it's sequence dot next element, and I can say, hey, can you just grab out a basic tile and question mark that up, and it's like, hey, now I have access. Apparently the answer is okay or else. Huh. I don't know. Oh, so next element question mark. Dot okay or else missing field tile. Here's the thing. Since I can get to it, I can pull out the fucking correct thing here. Can we just return that now? It's like, okay. Yeah, I can pull it out. Means all I need to do is come up with some kind of way of passing in the serializer. And one of those I'm gonna have to get rid of the basic serializer. It cannot convert. Wait. What the hell is it then? Let b equal sequence something something something. Wait, how have you doubled the type? So you're on options. So we say okay, or missed the question mark operator, didn't I? Oh, I just left it down there apparently. And then we just say B. So what is your problem? Oh, you want a box to new B. Like that. Okay. So that works, and that pulls it out directly out of the deserialized stream. So I need to work out some kind of way of putting it directly into the deserialized stream. Here's the thing. We have to somehow know that serialize is on you. Maybe I could just like serialize this and then serialize self. See, but the tile itself I don't think can have serialize. Like you can't have serialize, can you? Like we can't just be like plus serialize. Like has Surdy got some kind of magic on it that lets this actually work? It apparently does. Maybe. No, is it saying it's not Dyn compatible? Serializing is not Dyn compatible. Okay. I need some kind of way of passing up a thing. Can I be really dumb and return like a function that implements something? Probably not. Because again, it's all not Dyn compatible, because as soon as you start passing around generics, it's no longer possible. We're like get Surdy, which then goes like self and returns an fn that takes in self and something. That's the issue, and something. Yeah, and there's no way to make this have a generic parameter. Can't give you a generic because that breaks the ability to turn it into a box. That's why it kind of needs to be in Ron, and that's why we need to like from and to Ron. See, it's the fact that I can pull it out. It's why I want to like. I don't want to Ronify it, because I can do it without, like, I can get it out without Ronifying it, without having to make it Ron, which means I should better poke it in. How does, so Bevy does it with like the type registry. We have access to the type registry, and so somehow we need to pass the type registry in. So we would need to make our own custom serializer, and then that custom serializer okay. So actually, how does Bevy do? That's very good. So because I remember I've done this before. Like Bevy passes, you have to like pass the serializer in. You pass the not serializer, the visitor here, which doesn't work because we're trying to serialize. You have like a type registry, type registry. Yes, I mean like default, and then we do something like type registry dot let do that, and then we say like type registry dot get type data right, like this type registry, and you pass in, and then you say like the type ID is self.type ID. Now, my concern with that is it's going to pass me the fucking boxes ID, but I don't think that's how it works. I think type ID will pass the underlying type. Yeah. So you do that, and then you say, I want the data to be reflect serialize. Wait a second. This is it. What type is this, and can I get access to it? Yeah, I can, okay. So we need to go to tile, and it needs to be hey. If I call fn to serialize, right, you take in self and you return a Bevy. I'm assuming it's in reflect and then serializable. It's not reflect serializable, it's this serializable. Where does that come from? Reflect 30 serialize. Okay, so reflect 30 serializable, right? Because we can return this type, a type array serializable value, because you just hold a whatever that is. So you have a target which is a dyn erased 30 serializable plus a, okay, and then you take in a reference to a box dyn serialize, and you take it, okay, borrowed, which is a reference to a reference, which is interesting. Okay, so what we do then is, instead of saying that, we say, okay, so tuple, and we serialize the name, and then we say match self to Ron. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can say tuple.serialize self dot to serialize. Right, no method to serialize found. What did I call it? I probably just didn't put on the no. Okay. To serialize. To serializable. Which takes in this and this and returns that, and then we go here and we go hey, and you call that and you go hey. Are you going to complain? Expected a reference to it. Okay, we can have a reference to it then. Bother me. So it's saying can't do that because wait, so why is that not working? The trait bound 30 serializable serialize is not satisfied. For local type, consider adding. Okay, yeah. For types from other crates, check whether the crate offers a 30 feature. Okay, but that's not it. But then I think you have to call like serialize on this then. Serializable, but so serializable doesn't seem to actually implement dyn erased serialize. So you don't have. Do I have to dereference here? No. How does it do it then? I'm so close. So close. Can I just implement and say you just do this, and you just say Bevy reflect 30 serializable borrowed self. Okay, wait. The trait erased 30 is not satisfied. Requires self to implement erase serialized required from self dynamic reflect serial. Okay, right. So I can't auto implement it because it's saying that to implement it you need to be serialized. So we can say if to serialize, and then we say Bevy reflect 30 serializable borrowed self. And since I implement serialize, I did it. I got this, which means that you don't want to work, but I think that's because you're saying that that trait doesn't implement it. Can I match self dot to serialize serializable, and then we say serialize element serializable. It's not sum, it's borrowed. Bevy ron reflect, yeah, reflect 30 serializable borrowed. I'm just gonna say anything else is just gonna anything else is just gonna return 30 not implemented or yep, cool. So it works like that. The fuck was that noise? My face just made. Match a new serializer. Hey, we don't even need the type register anymore because we can just look up what type you are. So dyn serialize plus static. Now, is there that's a special thing, like that's you return a reference to target. When I dereference you, you return a which your target is erased serialize. Okay, but do I need that trick? Like, can I, is it I guess not, because I think that's what it's trying to say, is it's a erased serialize. How does this trait even work? Dyn serializer. Do wait, what? What? Okay, well, that's some like type erased black magic, but that actually may just be what we needed to do. So from input to output, which differ in syntax. So you're just saying I need to like give it a generic lifetime. Okay. Right. So I assume that works. I don't know if that actually works. That's huh. Right. I mean, we run our test maybe. Let's see what it does. Does it serialize and deserialize correctly? Who knows? But apparently it does. So it's serialized into basic tile to color black suit clubs, and apparently it deserialized back into the correct thing, which is a basic tile. Well, actually, we never test that. We never tested the same tile that comes out. Can we? How would I assert equal? Let's assert equal tiles 1 or tile 0 and let tile equal basic tile random, like that, and then we're gonna go, hey, yeah, you get a copy of tile, and then we want to assert that in tile are equal. Now we can't apply that because you cannot. Okay, so can we go here and then like impl par equal partial equal for box dyn tile. Right, but we need to say that you have a like. Can we I think we need to go like t where t is tile, and T? Is that how that works? No. How do I? There's a way you can like specify. I'm sure. Partial equal. Yeah, RHS. Okay. So we just need to say like maybe it's RHS equals no, I'm sure it's this that we can just do it to this. Okay, you're just telling me that it's missing. Okay. That error message being there is annoying because it's not actually incorrect. Okay, so we say self and then other and then it's associated if self.id. No, it's more like if self.type. Name. No, not reflect correct name. Reflect into partial reflect as reflect. Okay, well, maybe as reflect dot partial reflect partial equals and then other dot as reflect, and that should compare them. I think. I don't know. And does this return a type of boolean? No, it returns an option. Wait, what? Okay. Expected boolean found a type. Consider using the option expect to unwrap the option bool value. Panicking if the value is none. No. Map. No, it's unwrap or false. If for some reason it doesn't work, then the answer is it's false. Tile clone. Apparently I have a tile clone that's never used anyway. We're going to here, we're going to, hey, assert that these two tiles are actually the same tile, please. I don't know why it's getting so angry at me for not inlining shit. I don't remember turning that on. Anyway, apparently we don't use the suit. Cool. And then we go here and we go, hey, run. And then we go, here. Okay. So basic tile, and then it still passes, which implies that the tile actually is the same tile that went in, the same tile that came out. It's apparently a 5 that's indigo and has no suit. Okay. Serialized sequence. Okay, that was an awful lot of work for something that in reality doesn't actually have very much impact on anything. Yeah, it probably will eventually. Okay, so this is our builder main menu. So when we go to load, okay, so we need to like build player select. Oh, almost had it. Build player select. Okay, so this takes in commands, it takes in players, and no, don't res next screen. Commands and spawn. A state scope player select. Okay, cool. Node. Width is apparently 33%. Height 75%. Okay, margins auto. That's fine. Direction columns. So that should be fine. It's gonna give a name player select. Why do you always go for such dark grays? I don't want everything to be an oppressively dark gray. Let's like up this to like 2.5, please. Do not make everything oppressively gray. Please, for the love of God. Okay, I think this needs to be like way wider, like 6%, because we want this to like be where you select the player. So the children will be a UI button back to main menu. That should really be at the bottom. Yeah, that's at the bottom. And then you have the words select player, which is not correct. It should be new player. And so we say on click, register next state, next script. What if let some players enter next clone? No. I love it, but no. We need to say something like let mute buttons equals yeah, like a vec no. Right. So we would need to go like yeah, for ID sequence player iter push button register next screen player ID clone. Okay, cool. I don't know if I like the fact that you are literally adding a button, a player ID for. How do I kind of want you to unregister them when they're dropped? We'll do that later. So I'm gonna make it like on remove, since every time you open the menu it'll register more. So then you're gonna type and then you're gonna like sequence.name. Okay, and then layout and center text. It's still not fucking centering, so it's not important. And then we say buttons dot push back to main menu, but we also need another one that's buttons. No. Buttons dot push. Sure, I'm gonna let it like what is it back to player select? No. This is called new player. New player. Then it doesn't do that. That's not what it does. So the screen would be, so player select and then new player. Okay, cool. So it's a new player and then it's new player. So when you click new player, you got a new player. We do that. We do that, and it takes us back to main menu. And you say new player and then player select. And so we register this on click. So that means we can go to all this and we just play. We just pass in buttons. So we just say buttons like that. Right. Then you spawn all the buttons. So this is the player select thing. It's this color and all the corners and that. Okay, and then you spawn the buttons in, and you need a button for every player. We need to get like some kind of scroll. I think I don't know. Text new. Well, apparently this doesn't implement. This is to implement into string, and we're passing in a cow. And apparently cow doesn't fucking do toString. Players does not live long enough. I think players does not live long enough. We need to clone the ID here, and then we need to pass in the ID here so that player doesn't actually need to fucking live that long. Oh, well, it implements copy, so why are we even cloning it? That doesn't seem right. It's like this, I assume. So then we look, okay, so then this is the build player screen, which is going to spawn our players in. Right, that seems kind of right. Okay, so the build main menu, build player. So we need to go to our plugins and we're going to say, hey, dot add system. Systems on enter screen player select, and we build player select. Now, the way I'm doing buttons tells me that I need to make sure that I clean up all the buttons. Now, I might need to make this an option later, but we need to like import UI button like so, and then we have like a button on remove like that. Then we just say like, hey, button get UI button, yep, and then remove system. Can I unregister system? Thank you. It knew what I wanted to do. Cannot borrow world into reference. I'm assuming I can't unregister it because you need to borrow it mutably. So we need to say something like world.commands.unregister. Well, no, apparently can't borrow. Oh, I need to right, dot on click, which is copy from what I understand, and then I can pass that here. So can I just do it then? Like, does that work? Do we just pass in button? Okay, yeah, so I can't do that. Okay. But what are you trying to do? Trying to witchcraft? No, don't. Go away. Then we need to say here, we need to say, on remove. It was UI button on remove. I've probably spelled that correctly. Incorrectly. On remove. Okay. Similar name struct defined here. That doesn't seem right. I don't think it's on. Maybe it is on remove. No. It's definitely not on remove. Oh, it's because it doesn't go here. I'm trying to specify a required component. No, not a required component. We need to go something like here, here, and go component on remove. Okay. So now basically whenever we leave a menu, it'll clean itself up. Like in future, I may have to add something here like an is once off or something like that, so that it only clears itself up if it like basically do an RC, and when it's dropped, it cleans itself up. So like if I was storing them somewhere else, I would have to do that because I wouldn't want them to unregister the system while something else is still registering it, but also intending to use it. But at the moment, every button is unique ID. So if we say load game, it just took us here because it said, hey, you don't have a loaded game. And we click new player and it takes us here. And we can get an error and somehow full screen something. Okay, cool. So we are now on the new player screen. So sadly, this is where my the graphic design is my hobby. Level of I'm gonna have to make a fucking new player screen. I kind of feel like this needs to be its own fucking module entirely. Mod new player. Okay, we're gonna fucking hub fn new player. Build new Discord player. Sure. You don't get access to players. Thank you. So UI node. That's not how that's done. Oh god, I think the AI is having a bit of a use Bevy. No, yeah, use Bevy preload, please. It's not called a UI node anymore. Oh god. That's not. It's okay. So, this is just all wrong. I don't know why I trusted the AI to have any fucking clue what it was doing. We might want to make this its own plugin. I'm not sure. I don't know how much stuff I'm going to be doing. We'll make it a plugin just for the sake of being like, please don't kill me. New player plugin. So we do that and then we say app dot add system on enter screen new player. So we have to qualify this, so we have to like I guess we need to like use super like that. Why have you got a semicolon in you for some reason? Okay, whatever. So we do this and then yeah, do that. Thank you. So we build our new player. And then building a new player, we can do all sorts of fancy stuff. We need like a text field that we can enter values. I have no idea how to do that. So we're gonna be like commands dot spawn. Sure. Scope 30, 30, 50, margin auto. Yep, cool. Give it a nice gray. Name is new color. And then bottom. Now. How do I? Is it like a input system, input focus, blend, touch input, graphic, button input, pointer, plugin, text, So there's a text to do reader and to do writer, and UI reader and UI writer. UI alias a text writer. What the hell is this? And is it what I want? Okay, wait. System parameter for reading and writing text spans in a text block. R is the root text component, and S is the text span component on children. Doesn't have an S, so I don't know what you're fucking on about. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go code, and we're gonna open up my game jam game that I worked with someone else, and they did the UI. So I don't know how they did the UI, but I think they just used Bevy. So I'm hoping that if I dig around in this code, I can find out where they used the UI. Well, that's not helpful. This is just crosshair. I have no idea where they would have put it. So, well, it's not gonna be in voxels. Hotbar maybe? No. Lib main. Okay, so main calls run game player. Focus event, toggle, grab event. This is probably camera stuff. Raycast utility. Raycast? Raycast? Okay, so they find player position. Update. Mutable group. Okay, so what Raycast plugin? Okay, so it's almost sure not there either. Where would they have put it? Oh, one trick is to run the game and make sure. Oh, please don't tell me I have to compile everything. Diagnostics, it's not even there. Put them in commands. Voxels. I don't think anything in voxels. Hotbar. Set up block selector. No. Get block color. No. Handle keyboard input. Well, maybe. No, that's just literally for selecting that. Update button color. No. This really is just hotbar stuff. It's possible that I'm on the wrong branch, is why I'm thinking target. Yeah, it's just Fox, but capital P. Make sure I copy that. Target ticks. Block select. WASM related stuff. Just rip the editor out entirely. I love it. Catch failed meshes. That was me doing that. Console plugin. Where the hell would it be? Crosshair plugin. Default plugins. At some point, they have to add the UI. Is it in startup? It could be in startup. Default camera UI. Player speed transform. Interesting choice to hard code a matrix like that. I didn't do that. That must have been them. Catch show meshes. Where the hell would they have put it? And duck. Ducky. My thought is maybe I'm on the wrong branch, and that's why I can't see it. Toggle crosshairs update. New system to update the debug context. Well, you know what? It's probably in the. Actually, that would make a lot of sense. So in lib, somewhere we spawn the world. Well, I guess in voxels, is it in test? Nope. This is. Oh, that's me fuzzing everything, isn't it? Spawn test. So here, somehow you get chunks on it. Now, where do you get map size from? Map size 0. Where do you set map size? Well, apparently there's something called menu. So create menu. That would probably almost certainly be where it is. Menu action. Interesting. Map size is changed. This sets something, so it passes to where, but how do they make a thing? So when do they spawn it in? I guess settings menu. So we have a button node. Input field node. That one's looking promising. How the hell did you text input? The main driver component for the text input, In addition to its required components, some other components may also be spawned in with text input cursor position. So there's a text input. Where do they use text input? Event writer is next. There's something about passing. As display. I'm assuming it's here. Yeah, text query, text input. Wait, what? You don't have. Well, why did they grab that? That's a weird. Wait, what? Okay, fair enough. Text input value, a component containing the current value of the input text. This is what I was. Okay, cool. So we need a text input. How many calculators do I need open at any one time? I don't fucking know. Don't mind that. Okay. So build new player. Okay. So we need to do something like to be honest, I think a new player is just gonna have a name for now, which is fine. So we're gonna say so I guess it's technically we go like dot with child, and that's going to be a we'll do like a node default for now. Default, and then we need you can have the you need to be an input. Did I close it? Please tell me I didn't close it. Okay, good. What was it? It was called a text input. Text input. Now, where the hell did that come from? Is that just that's just core Bevy, I'm sure, because that was what that whole system parameter was about. Text input. Apparently, it's not called text input. What? Where did that come from? Bevy simple text input. Oh, it's a crate. Of course it is. Well, I don't care. It's so phenomenally useful. I'm just gonna fucking throw that in there and be like, please, thank you. Can we make the ROM version like that? Thank you. Okay, so make sure I'm YouTube so I can see. Now, how will we do this with new player? Okay, so we're gonna say text. Now, depressingly, because it's a crate, it's not necessarily going to be as complete as I was hoping, because if it was from Bevy directly, I would be like, okay, it's almost certainly going to fucking build. It would almost certainly have keyboard support for mobile and shit like that. But because it's a third-party crate, there's no guarantee that it has that kind of support. You need to also have like obviously we need text input, and then we like it's like text input value, which is going to be player name. Yeah, no. Instead, what we'll do is needlessly complicate the whole thing by saying dot with child. No, other way. The add child, and then we're going to say name, and then we're going to go up here and we're going to say let name equal commands dot dot with children. I think that's how that works. Can I? do that, and then we say, you're just like you're just a node. 100%. Well, I don't know about height, 50%. This is min height, 50 pixels. Margin auto, yep, no. Okay, and then you just be like default. For now, that's all you'll get. Then we need to spawn p.spawn you need to like node I guess default, and then text new name space comma and then we say p.spawn player no we need so like node and then grow flex flex grow 1 min height value pix 50. Yeah. I think we just say your height's 100%. Val and 100, like so. Because that means you'll just fill the top. And then we need to fill the rest of you with default. And then we need to do something like God, stop trying to fill shit in when you don't know what you're doing, you goddamn stupid AI. Text input is just a blank thing, and then text input value is actually no, they can just remain empty now because we've got the name next to it. I was going to have that as a like a placeholder thing. Okay, so this is building a new player. We also need a button that says submit. So we need a button that says submit and a button that says back as well. So and there's the ID. Okay, so then we can be like dot with child, and that child is going to be now we need let I guess back, and then equals commands dot register system. Okay, and then let I want to do color add equals register. Sure, not that UI. See, what is this text UI writer? How the fuck do I get access to it? Because that seems like exactly what I want. UI alias for text reader and for text writer. Okay, it gave me something that's like, hey, I probably already have this open. Yeah, but you said something about you've got like a bunch of generic types. Text UI writer. Okay. But how do I do this? Like, how do I read this? How do I write this? The fuck is a text root? Text. Oh no. Like, my assumption is because it says about something about system parameter for reading and writing text spans in a text block. That seems wrong. Get text. To a text span within a text block at a specific index in flattened span list. That's one, a shitty fucking UI. Pub fun text. Oh, okay, it's because get. That's hence the supposed to use text to be able to get it mutably. It gets the text value of a text span within a text block at a specified index of the flattened span list. Panics if no span at the requested index. Okay, so for each until. Interesting. I have no real understanding, but what we're going to say is like text UI reader, because we don't care, and then next state screen. Okay, so if let OK players new player name dot value, that seems close. Next dot set screen player ID. Handle error. Okay, so what I need to do for one is work out how the hell I get access to the root. We can just copy the name, so we can be like, hey, name. So I'm going to say text. You're called text. So we're going to say let name equal text dot text. So the root node is going to be name, and the index is going to be 1. I assume. So this gives us a stir, and then we can go, hey, new player with name. I think that's all. It's all a player needs. New player. We just give them a name. And this will give us a result or an error. The errors will just fucking okay. So we're gonna say match players dot new player name. So this gives us mutable access to the sequence, if I remember. Yeah, which we don't care about because we're just going to drop it immediately. So we're going to say okay, and then set it to this, and then I kind of want you to somehow print that on screen that you've got an error, but in this case we're just going to warn and not do anything. No, we need to do something if it fails. I mean, the most obvious thing to do would be change this to a writer and then like take the name. We access the text. Can we do? Well, my question is more like, can I do things like edit the colors with the reader? Probably not, because it's a reader. So like, but like that would be really cool if I could say, see, what we would need to do is say the underscore name, something like that, so that I can still access the name, and then we can say, hey, if you get to the error state, please let it's text.color name index 1 equal equals color red. Okay, no linear sRGB 1. Yep, there you go. There. Okay. You're not gonna let me do that, right? Yeah, because you're not a writer. So we can do that. And this gives it a mutable string. We don't want to actually own that, so we're gonna do like as ref, something like that. Right, and then you can say, hey, color, and then you can say that the fucking color is equal to, I think we just dereference the color, like I didn't have to do that. I don't know if this is gonna work, but it'll turn the text red if the name's already taken. And then we go here and we go, hey, we're children, and then we need to be like, we need this to say, sure. No, that's not correct at all. It's something like node. It's something like that. It's just a UI button. On click back. Actually, fucking what we are going to want. I guess is just to do another one and be like, let controls equal contour equals commands dot spawn, do our spawning shit, and then dot id, and then we're gonna get in here and we're gonna say controls. Can I add children? Yeah, add children. Add children, and then we need a reference to an array that will be name and controls. Okay, so then we go here and we say we need to spawn new. Sure. Except this is your min height, and I'm gonna say that it's actually gonna be like 250 pixels. It might be really tall, but I kind of want it to be like, I don't want the controls to accidentally fucking be really hard to click. And then something like children. Spawn vec an array like that, and then we're gonna go not how that works at all. We need to be UI button on click, and then UI button add player, and then add, and then center wrap. Still doesn't fucking center it, but anyway. The AI thinks it's important, like I thought, mostly because I've got it in other places, that's why the AI is doing it, but still, it's kind of funny that there's got all this extra shit that it keeps putting in there. It's like, hey, it's not working, but you know, you're trying. So this will add new players. It won't save the new players, but that should be fun. I don't think we've added the plugin, so that's going to be fun. So we should really stop this from compiling so that it, you know, doesn't compile unnecessarily. Then we're going to go, well, dot add plugins. New player plugin, like that. Okay, now run it, and that should let us be able to get to the new player screen, except we've got a whole bunch of errors because it doesn't like that I'm doing something. Command spawn. Oh, because you're returning a type, and you're not supposed to be returning a type. Like that. It's not returning a type now, so that's fine. I wonder if it'll work. Possibly. Because if I saved it before it tried to compile the file, it would work. It didn't. Nope, it still doesn't like it. It mustn't have saved it. Why are you complaining? You're throwing 3 errors, but like, where are these? Oh. Okay, so you're saying a pname from mute string. Okay, first off, new player. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Wait. You return a sequence. Player ID. New. From a name. Wait. You hash it, yeah? Yeah, you hash it. Okay. Oh. When I say new player, I'm pretty sure you hash it too. Yeah? Yeah. We should probably do something more like, player ID. Sequence. So return the ID and the sequence, and then you just return OK or insert with. So we need to go like ID. Just to save me having to, like, I'm making my own API more friendly. So we add tile random. Okay, so we say instead you're like ID and then player. Like that. And then player.add. And then player.add. Yep. Yeah, I'm not even using this. This is just spawning random tiles in. So mismatch, something about can't dereference this. Okay. Nope, can't do that either. So you call color and then you get a mute text color. Oh, right. And something like probably like dot 0. Yeah, of course. And set that red. Okay. So then we still have some more issues, but less of them, maybe? I don't know. It's up here somewhere. Okay. You are complaining because expected something and got something else. Okay. So you get this, and then now you're complaining because you can't borrow text mutably, right? Closure may outlive because it borrows name. But it doesn't actually borrow name because name's copy. So I don't fucking know what your problem is. It doesn't borrow name at all. Move. Name is fucking copy. So okay. Text does not live long enough. You get a mutable string match new player as ref. You can't do that because you can't implement cow. Okay, so we need to clone the text because yep, and then you can get p and okay. So first off, we match this, and then we can go, hey, I need ID, and I don't care about the sequence, and then we just pass in ID. We don't need to do that anymore. Clone you. We get our name, and we get our then we set our color. I don't like this clone specifically, but it'll work. It's not that important. Now, in theory, I could be reading. I'm assuming when I type the text, it'll work. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if this actually does anything. I assume that I don't let you add the same player twice. So I actually know if I don't let you. For all I know, you can add the same player multiple times and it'll do them. I don't know why I would have made it an option. I wrote half this code like 2 weeks ago. Oh fuck, it was longer than 2 weeks ago. I'm really bad at procrastinating. I'm supposed to be doing this shit for fucking ages. Come on, compile already. Okay. Okay. So we can go to new game, and apparently we have test player and test player 2. That kind of makes sense because I think that's what this is doing. In our UI somewhere. In our UI. So this was spawning test players, but I think when we add the player, I think you, yeah, from world, you automatically generate 2 players. Alright, cool. That's good for testing though. So why does this have text controls written on it? And why can I not just type? That's very not smart. So what are we missing on this in here? I'm gonna have to write my own of these, I'm sure, but anyway. Lib menu. How? I'm pretty sure they just add that the wherever text input. I don't think they're adding that text input value. Text input placeholder. That's actually kind of cool. Text input. But the text input's just an empty, like it's just a fucking marker struct, so it doesn't need to be default. Background cut. Input field node. Okay, no, that's all. Because I'm not adding the plugin, am I? Which I'm assuming you're doing somewhere. Input text input plugin. Alright, so I'm assuming it's the text input plugin that I need to set. We also need to get you not to say controls because that's just weird. Alright, so you go to screen, new player. There we go. Okay, so we're going to UI and we're going to say, hey UI, can you add the input thing because UI is kind of in charge of that. That makes sense. Somewhere this is plugin. We go dot add plugins Bevy simple text input, text input plugin. There we go. I don't think I have to specify anything. Do it as a unit. Yep, cool. Bevy plugin provides the systems and assets required to make a text input work. Label for systems that update text inputs. Okay. Wait, what? This is a special font with a 0 width glyph. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's saying like they want the blinky cursor, so they have a special cursor font. Okay. Text input and native bindings. Text input settings. Return on submit. Mark cursor. Text input. Text font, text color, text input inactive, cursor. I'm sure this is how quickly it blinks. Okay, text input inner. Okay, these are also only registering types. Update keyboard, update value after keyboard. What the fuck does keyboard do then? Input event, keyboard input. Event cursor keyboard input, text input query. Okay, this is more in depth than I was expecting, so maybe this will work on touchscreens, so that'll be nice. I don't know how I'm going to test that. I need to put my phone out. No, fuck, that's going to be a pain. Upload it to itch, just open up my phone to see if it works. Anyway, that should work. I want to keep looking around in here because this is interesting. So blink cursor, show hide cursor, update color, update style. So I got load game. Oh, right, new. Okay. So we went to new game. Okay, so it's not in line, but they should be fine. So this is gonna be box. Okay, then we can like add player. And we crashed. So why? Panicked on none. Text access. Why was it none? And I know where you crashed. Oh, text, get text. Okay, so interesting. I don't quite follow because one would have assumed that text 0. I don't know how it flattens. It's the problem. That's gonna be really hard to track down as well. Anyway, right, as I still also need you to not display the controls. So when I spawn the controls in, you don't say text controls, it's your name control. So it's easy to read in the editor, not. Okay. Does that fix the problem because it's not going to actually take any space now? I don't know. You need to do something. I don't know. So he's going new game, and then new player, and then box, and then I kind of need that to be at the bottom. But anyway, I was going to add player, so it crashes. It's crashing because it can't find the text. Okay, so let's make the UI look nice first. So first off, I think I want you to be bottom val pixels 0. I think that should snap you to the bottom of the screen. I'm not entirely sure. Why are you trying to rename something just randomly? Okay. Then we need to go here and go, hey, you spawn in your flex direction columns. Cool. Okay. So this is our new player. Right. So I have no idea what that's going to do. Can you... It was an erroneous letter, but you broke that because you didn't fix it everywhere. Okay. Okay, so then add does this and it does this and it, so this is where it's crashing almost certainly, because it's what it's going to be ending up doing is going, hey, I found the text. That's interesting. Why does text writer take in a oh, because it's the text UI writer, so it's getting the UI text. Now you do say something about this scratch. This is a resource because 2 text writers can't run in parallel. Huh. System parameter for reading and writing text spans in a text block. R is the root text component, and S, use S, is the text span component of children. But you don't have an S. What? Is S stored in, no? Hello? Okay. Yeah, so you have the root, and the root is R, and then text font and text color without text span. Okay, so maybe that's the problem, is that text span. And then it spans, and we do a query for static text span. A span of text in a tree of spans. Text spans is only valid as a child of an entity with text layout, which is provided by text for text in Bevy UI. Okay, spans are okay, spans, okay, so without R, text font, okay, so that's probably why the with and without, so that they don't collide with each other. And then children, query children. Okay, so does that mean I need to go in here and say like text, so you need to be like I think part of the problem is, so we have node, and then we have name, and so the issue is that you have text input. I'm assuming the text input requires text. No, wait, what? Text settings. That's actually kind of hilarious that it actually doesn't require text. Why doesn't it require text interaction? Does one of you require text? Almost certainly text input value will require text. No. Okay, never mind then. That's confusing. See, okay, so we have a node, and the node has nothing. See, what I want is to be like this, to have the text node, right? So like up here, it's gonna be something like, we want this to have the text node. Wait, no, this is to have the text new name, right? I don't know how it's gonna work, but then we would want to spawn, well, we'll say with children. We're going to comment this one out, and we'll spawn you in, and then you're going to have a like a text span new, I don't know, test. I don't know what it's going to look like. So a text span has to have a text layout. That doesn't have a text layout. Is this going to crash? New player? No. So it says name and then test, and then it's in the wrong spot. Which is interesting. You're in the right spot. You're in the wrong. If I do that, does it put you in the right spot? Maybe. It's going to push it out a little bit. I probably want to give them background color so I can actually see where they are. Background color. Well, didn't get to do it that time. Okay, so, well, it's in the right spot now. Well, add player worked that time. It took us to somewhere, but then nothing happened. So, fuck knows what you were doing, but let's just go with that. Where was the thing? So you said text. So you said text span. Well, see, that's the thing is you found the text span. My thing is obviously you're not writing into the text span, which means we are running into the small issue of the text input's not designed to work with how I'm trying to use it. So I'm assuming it's adding a text, maybe. I don't know. Well, now it's got this nice thing. Don't type at ease. Okay. Well, what's interesting with that is that the word test is gone. I didn't comment it out though. Alright, so new player. I don't correct controls. Text input overflow. Input placeholder. Input text placeholder. So it's you. Did you stick a text onto this? You have a text color, text font, a text span, but you never stuck a text onto it. It's interesting. It still says test, which is fun. So, oh, that's not good. Okay, I don't know why Bevy does that. It always crashes whenever I minimize it. Anyway, what are we doing? So, well, that was very close to knocking that on me. So we want to get rid of this name because we apparently have to leave this name, otherwise this doesn't work. And then you've got a text span. So we actually want to change this to maybe a text, but I don't think a text will work. But I am curious to see what you'll do. What I could be doing is automatically updating this text span to say the same thing as text. But I need to not crash. I'm just curious to see if the text writer works with text. Oh, I immediately pressed E. My assumption of what's happening here is that when so I need to be updating the text span with the value because it has to be a text span for the text writer to find it. And then you don't actually write the text, which means you must have your own renderer, which is even more of a like, why would you do this to me? But I don't care about controls. I should probably name these. So what the hell are you? Your your name is new player name input. There we go. And then the others can like not get named. So yeah, you have text color, text font, and then input cursor, and then text node flags, needs measure fn needs recompute. Okay. Transform visibility, text layout, layout information, text input value E, just says E. I just E. Okay. Text input settings, retain on submit, mask characters. Wait, what? Input text placeholder. Input text inactive. How do I reactivate it? Oh no. Well, our input text is getting very big. Input text cursor position. So really all I need to fix that is to make it text span for one thing, but just make it automatically update. Seems like a really dumb workaround, but it may be our only hope. So we're gonna be like text input. So this is then also a text span. Now the question with the text span becomes, can I see the text span? I don't know why you're recommending default. And to be honest, I don't know why default works. Why do you have a default? It's empty. Okay. The text span doesn't actually render anything, which is interesting. Okay. Then we add player, and obviously well, adding player also just doesn't work, but it's fine. Okay, let's fix that first. Okay. No. Yeah, fix the text not being the text first, because that's okay. It's going to be a weird hacky workaround. So we're going to go up to UI because this is like a UI level patch. Public fn update span with inputs. So we're going to say we need to query, need mute text, and we need to query for mute text span input value, changed input value. That's actually terrifyingly exactly what I wanted it to do. Well, apparently it's not quite how that works. Span dot, I think it's span dot 0. It's probably not get either. Dot 0 dot clone. Can I do this without like a clone? Because like I feel like they're going to basically be the same each time. So I'm going to like 0 dot right. Okay. Dot clear. Span, yeah, and span dot push string. That might work. I just like don't want it to clear it every time. It's not this value, it's just 0. Because the idea is that we're going to be adding one character at a time. So like reallocating a new string every time you type a letter is unnecessarily wasteful. And then we want to run this. I assume after update, but I actually have no idea where we're going to place this. So we're going to be like, hey, in, I assume update. Let's actually look and go, hey, where did you place this? And can I get access to it? Update value. Text. Ref. What the fuck? Inner text. The hell's an inner text? Can I get access to this? No, it's private, so we can't actually base anything off any of these because they're all private. But when is this happening? This is happening in update, so we probably want to put them post update. So I go mod and go dot add install system post date update spans with inputs. That should work. Okay. I'm gonna run this and be like, hey, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Okay. So where the fuck do you send me? Oh, because you're sending me to that player's screen. Hence, it's not rendering anything because we're changing states, but we're not changing states to a state that actually does anything. So we can be like, Fox, and then we can go add player, and then it's taking us to Fox's page, which obviously doesn't do anything at the moment. It's capital FX. Hey, I'm really good at typing exactly the same thing. Okay, so we need to be like, we should probably move the player select screen to its own, like, mod player select. Not build player select, just player select. And just create that as its own screen. Just it feels like right to have everything. Maybe not the main menu. If actually really the main menu should as well, but like it's just thinking like the player select should probably be its own screen for no other reason than because I want to. Player select plugin, and then app.add on to player select. Yeah, no, we didn't. Not like that. Again, why do you keep adding that semicolon? It's fucking weird. And then we go build, and we go to mod here and say, hey, instead of do this. Wait, what? No. It's screens player. Wait, what? No, we had the screens plugin. I'm in the wrong place. That's what the problem is. We go to the screens plugin. Can we go to the parentheses then? No, they're not supposed to be. Go to the screens plugin, and then here, when we add that plugin, is when we add the player select plugin, and then you don't do this anymore. This is done by the plugin in charge of the plugin. We need to also like use super. Okay, so we don't need the input value apparently. Okay, cool. Apparently we don't use anything Bevy in this at all, which is I don't believe that for a second. Why are you telling me? Oh, because I've probably unused input. How am I not using the prelude? I'm using node, so I'm obviously using the prelude. Oh, because we're importing super and super imports the prelude. Oh, that's useful actually. Okay. This is a player select plugin and this is a player plugin. I don't know what the player select plugin actually does. Anything? Maybe, I don't know. So next is to add a player screen. So screens, I go mod player screen. This is gonna be fun because so we need to say use super like so. We're gonna say plugin player screen plugin. Again, why do you keep sticking the semicolon in here? Very weird AI. Why do you do this? Let me say fn build player screen like so. Then we do this and we go, hey, so we could go res player ID, but in theory res state screen should hold the information that we actually need to get the player ID. So we need to be all like hello. We need to be like let screen player ID error expected player screen state. Okay, here's the issue. If we return early, we've got an issue. So we need to actually put some UI on the screen that lets you go back. So we're going to be all like commands.spawn. And we just need a button. So we need to like spawn. I mean, like commands. Okay, so it just needs to be like commands dot spawn, and then it needs to be like a node. Oh yeah, we need to state scope it. Wait, what? Why you say scope the main menu? No, player. See, here's the issue. Wait, what? Well, that kind of is the issue, isn't it? Can we just say what? No, well, I guess it is player ID dot get like that. Right. So we state scope it to whatever state we happen to end up in, and then we say well, I mean, technically we could probably just spawn the let root equal commands dot spawn, and we just well, it's not screen player, it's state scoped to player ID dot get. Whatever state we happen to be in, it's going to be a I guess we're gonna be like 95 maybe by 95. Gotta fill the screen columns, sure. Sure. I don't know if that's all the information we need. We need corner radiuses as well, you know. All val pixels 10. No, just give it some nice corner radiuses. So somehow we've got the bit we need the. Oh, I don't know what the fuck's up with that. I don't know what that random semicolon is doing at the moment. Okay, so now it's really angry at me. Screen cannot be used as a state to get trait. Wait, what? Okay, so state scoped, and then when we call get, it must be a reference, so we like dereference you, which means we probably need to tell it it's clone and copy. Maybe it already is. All corner radius is all iterator, but why would it need to be an iterator? What have I done? It's border radius, isn't it? Border radius. All value pixels 10. Sure. Give us a background color of 0.25, please. Okay. And then, okay, so we say let the screen equal the player ID. Not get. Okay, this gives us a reference to player ID and say expected player screen state found the player ID. Okay, so then we're going to say commands.root. I mean, I guess technically we could just leave this as it is. So we can just say root dot with child sure, text invalid player screen state. Well, the smarter thing would probably be to return to the select screen or something. Yeah. Let me say like UI button. See, we need the back button anyway, so let back equal command register system next state player select. Okay, cool. And then we say hello, and then on click back. But you need some text as well. So you need to like add some text to you that's like text back to player select. Cool. You get your own little text, your own columns, so they should work. So we should error invalid player screen state. Screen state. Okay, so we say get player and then sequence and get player by ID, and then it's just player ID. Why can't we do this? Because you're not mutable. Okay, cool. So we have our player ID, so we have our player, and we have a player ID. So we have a sequence which is it's really the players, but anyway. And so commands.spawn. Okay, so we have our player sequence, so we want to say something along the lines of root dot with child spawn. No, how do I add children? No, with children. Yeah, function p. Okay, so we need to say like p dot spawn. So this needs to be like a name, new player name, like this node. So sure, width percent, height 50 pixels, no, min height 50 pixels. Justify content center. I don't know what you're doing. Why are you doing that to me? So sure, you can have those two bits of text, and then we don't want children. Does this work? I don't know. Am I allowed to do this? Is this a thing that I can do? Apparently so. So we can do that, and then comma, and then do that. Okay, so this one's just gonna say like text. No, text new name, spacebar, and then this is going to say this is gonna be like text new player.name.clone. Okay. It'll need some formatting, so I'm just gonna put preemptive comma in there. And then I kind of feel like I need you to be like, I don't know why you decided to do it, but anyway, node, flex row 1, default. Nope, I wanted you to default, please. Default. Thank you. So that should mean that the name will take up as much space as the name needs, and then the text will, the name will take up the rest. Again, not working because it won't fucking center any of the text, but okay. And then yep. How do I have it set up that you can spawn a sequence of fucking tiles? Like in here, we spawn the player tiles. How did I tell it to spawn the tiles? We iterated through the sequences, and then we spawned this, and then we said new mesh this, and then background color was this, and then a border radius, and then children, and then we iterated through every tile. So that's how we spawn all the tiles, which seems like a really bad way of doing it, but anyway. Okay. Okay, so we use a player name. Okay. So we go here, we go here, we go. So we spawn this as a name, and then we're gonna say I think I don't need to like spawn another thing. So this is gonna be like key dot spawn. And this is gonna be well, it needs a name. New. It's gonna be looking tiles. And then we're gonna be like node 100%. Do we? No, you don't get to take all the space. You little shit. You're gonna be a grid layout, so away. Space evenly is probably the correct thing. Align contents into same sense. I'm gonna give you grow. Flex grow 1. Because I kind of want you to fill all the leftover space. But I need you to have like margins of something. Margin 10 pixels. I mean, 10 pixels seems a bit small. It's like, yeah, I can't really give it a percentage to take too much space. And then we do this. Sure, you take up all the space. And then, yeah, and you also get like, you get this weird command. You get like children tiles. This is not sequence. It's player tile, and tile ID, which comes from here. And we spawn that in. Okay, let's just spawn our tiles in if we have any tiles on the player. This should work for if we go new game instead of load game, so that doesn't clear our default test players. Then when we open those specific players, it should open up their display, and then we can work out how the grid should be laid out so that it displays all the tiles on the grid. And then okay, so we can go new game. And then so we get some test players, and we get test player, and then it goes, it didn't fucking render anything. Now, where did we end up? Somewhere. Probably not adding the system to application is where we end up. Yeah. App. Dot. Add systems. On. Enter. Screen. Player. Okay. Interesting. So can we just like player ID let's call it dummy. I don't think that's spelled right, but anyway. Yeah. Build. Where the fuck are you getting all these ones? Player screen. Okay, so we need to come up with a placeholder dummy. We're going to be like const dummy. Sure. any numbers is likely as any other numbers. So dummy being 0 is fine. So it could not associate a name dummy in current scope. So do I have to make it public? You can find it. You just did I not save it? Is that what's wrong? Okay, now you find it. Okay. So then what we need to do is we need to go wherever our player is. This player ID. We need to say that like. Here's the issue. You use par equal, and if I implement par equal, I can specify that every player ID is every other player ID, but that seems like a really dumb idea. So how do I do it specifically only when you're in scene mode? That's the issue. Okay, no, we need to do it as a separate. It needs to be its own resource. Damn it. I was hoping to avoid that. Okay, so which means we don't really need a dummy one anymore. Maybe not. See, my thought was if we because what you can do, like it's not really that good of a thing, but it's like a hacky thing that you can do is I want to explain it better. Player screen. So like here I'm saying when you enter a player's screen, like you can make all player IDs equal all other player IDs. So when you enter any player's screen, you hit the on enter, but that's not going to work because I need to be able to distinguish between them for them to work inside the hash map. So I can't make all player IDs all other player IDs. So I need to just make a resource that holds the player ID. So basically all we do is we just go here and we just rename that, and then we need to go we need this like drive resource. Oh, yeah, resource. That's correct. Resource, and then we need a struct select player. The presence of the resource is in fact confirmation of the player, so player ID. Okay, so we do this, we go, okay. So I don't know why all these things have a fucking problem. Right. So I need to say something along the lines of okay, we do have access to the commands. Come on. Commands. We don't have access to commands here. Well, we can select mute selected. Res mute selected. Selected player. Maybe I should make it like yeah. The next set state. Why are you just why are you having a fucking issue? Let me say selected dot set ID please. Okay, cool. Why the hell do you have a problem? No method name. Wait, why is it commands? No, it's L. It's, okay, I don't know why it stuck a word commands in there. Anyway, next set. Okay, so we need to go to select player and we need to go, hey, can we impl. So it does need to be optional because mostly because I don't want to feel like inserting it and I'm inserting it every time I fucking want to use it. So set and clear, and then that's what that does. Okay, cool. And then we can go new player, and then so build, and then this, and then this. And set screen player. Don't make me have to hold on to the player's goddamn ID. We need to do something with the ID, which means build new player. You register this because you have this versus res players. New. Okay, and then we need to go mute selected. Choose a res mute select player. So like that, and then we go next and selected dot set ID. Okay, and then we should clear the selected player's ID whenever we leave the select player screen. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe when we enter main menu, maybe we just never clear it. Kind of pointless to have something that's not never cleared. But anyway, so on enter player, build the screen, and then you will obviously need the player ID, which means instead of resing the state, you can just res selected player. I do feel like we don't need to make it optional. And see, like maybe we just don't make it optional. Just never make it optional. And we just never unwrap it. And we're just gonna say a new, which is just going to return, I guess default. We could just make it default. Go away. Go away. Get rid of it. God damn it. Then I think we import default for selected player, which is dummy, and then dummy is just, yeah, okay. So then we need to go down to here and go, hey, when you do this, can we insert resource selected player default? Thank you. Okay, so that means we can get rid of this whole thing, because it's like, hey, if you don't have that player selected, so back. Okay, so root and then state scoped. You'll just state scope the screen player, and then you do this, and then we say, hey, let some screen get player ID. Okay, so well, in theory, okay. So what we should do is we should say, like, if player ID, if player ID, but no, player ID dot get equals player ID dummy. Okay, so yeah, it's if player ID equals dummy, do this. Okay, and then we just need to go, hey, player ID needs to get, so then get, which is just returns itself. And we say player ID, and we have a doesn't implement debug. Okay, yeah, good point. Invalid player state string. Okay. I mean, technically, we want to end up in this state anytime that I. I feel like I need to pull that out into its own function and then display fail. Player, which is going to take in a root, which is a reference to an entity command, and then it just does this. This it needs back. Okay, and then you need a back, which is a system ID. Okay, yep, you can just be given back and then back to player select. Okay, so what we do then is we just say, hey, you get here, and we can say display invalid player back, and then so we see get player by player ID, player ID get, and then expect player not found. Okay, so this is our let okay. Player dot get else display invalid player root back return. Okay, like so. Then we're gonna come down here. We're gonna maybe you should pass in okay, so display invalid player. Okay, so if it's dummy, you're invalid. You hit here, you're invalid. I feel like I should be able to, I should probably put the text here as well. Like text stir, which is then gonna be like error invalid player state. And then we're gonna be like root dot with child and text. Like that, yep. And then back to player select. Something like that, and then we can go with this and be like ID equals player dummy, player not found. So we can actually display what error comes out. Okay, so then we do with children, and then we spawn each node. So name. So we put the name there, and then we put the children, and the children is this name, and player name. We clone. Okay. Oh, do we need to clone it? Cow should implement toString. I don't know. Does cow implement toString? We could just like as ref. Yeah, cool. So then we're gonna text layout centered to no wrap, and then node. It's like grow. So that's the name, and then p.spawn tiles. Right, yeah, and then we go spawning all the tiles, and then we iterate through all the tiles to spawn. Okay. So tile ID. I think we can set the tile ID as the border radius and everything, doesn't it? Yeah, cool. Okay. Let's find out what this looks like. We also need a section for the score, the current like run. Or current chain value and the total score. So, new game, test player. Hey, it's not working. Did I not add the system? After all that, we still didn't fucking add the system, didn't we? That's never called because that's never called because we never did. Well, we did this, but we never did. Because we never added the actual player plugin, so we're going to player screen player plugin. Thank you. Okay. Okay. New game, test player. Hey, a lot of boxes. Now, annoyingly, we can't see it because that, but best thing to do is go here, go player screen. Root needs margined auto so that it's centered. Tile parent must have player ID component. Okay, so funnily enough, the AI really good because it makes me use actual valid error messages because it understands enough to put valid error messages instead of just usually I just write stupid shit. So we need to say ID. But where do we get player ID? Player ID dot get. So that's how it knows what player to look to get the tiles from. So your name is test player. We never had a back button, so that's clever. So we need to add a back button, that's for sure. So we can be like p.spawn. I don't think that's quite correct. I think it's more like that, please. Just give me a back button. Why have you done this? Okay. Button back to player select and adjustment. Okay, so that should make everything render. We're still missing a few sections, but that should be fine. I wonder if there's like a website that lets you like generate UI easily, because like I suck at design, so I just need something that will generate signature boxes and colors so I can just implement. Why did that not work? Ah, because it's already running. Right. First step is to get something on the screen. It'll probably need scrolling, because if I make the tiles too big, so new game test player. Hey, okay. So first up, we need to enable wrap. Well, it's not so much we need to enable wrap as much as we just need to, you know, these buttons, one, are fucking massive. Why are they so fucking big? What is setting their size? That's the real question. Probably in here somewhere. I've probably got some value that's like default button node, no, button style. Somewhere with a UI, with like a default self default node. So in here, default node. Okay, so their height is set to 90%. That is no, that is too big. We want to say like min height is maybe what height did I make them? Maybe I don't actually want to set their size at all. What size did I make the texture? I think it's 64 by 64 or something. Canvas size 64 by 64. So in fact your size is 64. Well, min is probably also a little aggressive. You should render some boxes. This is fun.
Boy. Hand up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I gotta have dinner soon, so let's work this out. So I need to enable wrap, which I forgot to do again. So that's in player screen here. So you need a name as well. Okay. You also shouldn't get grow, I don't think. I can give you a node.custom override here, but I'm not going to. I should probably just give you like 3 points of priority, maybe. So that most of the grow goes to the 12. Flex wrap. Okay. So I should wrap it around and then we can do like a grid layout. Now they're all the same grey, which is not the best, but somewhere I configured the tiles to do something. Obviously, like, we should probably store some more stuff in player, and I should probably stop calling them sequences. Okay, so it does wrap nicely. We gave the way more space. Should we color that in a little bit? Maybe pad that out a little bit. Why do you not? It also probably shouldn't be maximum width, so I feel like I do need to custom like this. Yeah, it's gonna need like a custom node. Okay, so you need a left val and like 2.5. I don't know actually know what I want to put it at, but anyway, we'll default the rest of it. Your height, I guess your min height probably needs to be val percent. I don't know why I've decided 50 is my minimum height. We then want to probably bottom val percent 2.5 like so, and then we need to say that you're do I need to specify with that? Anyway, I should put it down there, and then we can go like a nice corner radius. So border radius or val percent pixels per. No. We want more corner radius than that. Okay, so they should put it over here with like nice corner. So we put it on the left, we want to space it from the right. Okay, so let's put it over there. So we need to pad the player name, whatever that is, tiles node. So we need to pad you. So we need like margins, like give you 10 pixels, percent 2.5. If we space everything by 2.5, then it'll be right. So 2.5, so that should push that off that edge. We'll go back to player selecting. So there's player 2. Okay. So we need the scores up there. Also, it's going to be on phone, so it's going to be like this. Which, I mean, it still looks pretty good. We need to make it scroll if the screen can't fit everything. Why has it got a minimum width like that? I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? Okay. We should also make them have their color, but that's a thing to do somewhere else. What else do I need to do? Well, we should probably add the player score, I guess, or something. And then a way to add tiles would probably be smart, but okay. How the hell? But we have a sequence, and then inside the sequence we need, okay, so we need like a current chain, which is then going to be a I size, and then pub total score is an I size, and a inter. I guess technically we would keep a intermediate score, which is an I size, and then you would total score, which is no self dot current chain plus self dot intermediate score. Okay, maybe we should keep it all private, because I don't want people touching that, because the only way you should be able to modify that is by actually poking it with, like, giving it tiles. So current chain, which is self, and then I. Okay, so then when we add a tile, we want to go something along the lines of push the tile into the list. Then no, because we need to keep track of the tile before we add it to the list. So we're gonna say, like, if tile dot ends chain self dot intermediate score plus equals self dot current chain, self dot current chain equals self dot current chain equals 0, right? Then we want to go tile dot apply, and then the value is self dot what the hell is a tile apply error? Why the hell are you letting me do this? What the fuck? I write the comment, so that's not going to help at all. Why could it? No, an apply should never fail. No. What even errors do I have? Oh, divide by 0. Indeed. Also, apparently, not I32, F64s, F32s. I forgot. I'm gonna have fractional ones because I think it's funny to be able to get pi as one of the numbers. A lot of this is just what I think is funny in math, but anyway. So let's make them all like 32s. So it's self. So if let okay. New equals tile dot apply self dot current chain, and then state, which is interesting because that means the state probably should be saved on you as well. Okay, so state, which is interesting because state, from what I know, is from what I remember. So apply tile set. So technically we need to pass state in something. I mean, you need to hold on to state even if we're never going to update it. So we're going to say like state, which then becomes, why don't you just have apply on yourself? Okay, anyway, you are a hash map, I believe. I think. No one apply. Yeah, hash map of tile set. What are you gonna call it? Apply the tile set. Why can you not find tile set then? Tile. Fuck off! Stop! I'm trying to AI me. Fucking set. And you hold U8s because the state is just a sequence of like what sets you have. Right, you can't do that because I didn't import this, apparently. Import hash map, Bevy platform, and then why can't you find this? Why? Okay, it's fucking apparently tile set's inaccessible. Fuck off. Mod. Where is tile set and why is it not public? So tile set. See, the thing with this, because of like how apply works, the if something modifies the state, you'd have to recalculate the entire chain of everything, which is kind of funny. Yeah, so you need to be set to 0, and then new, and then we say apply, and then we say apply, and we pass in. Well, why not just fn apply tile, which then takes in a middle reference self, the tile, dyn tile, and then just says, I guess, yeah, just do all this. That's kind of what you're doing. So if it ends the chain, set the chain to 0 and add the score, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe I feel like adding the tile. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the idea of doing it this way is we may not always want to apply the tile. Adding a tile may not necessarily always apply the tile. So like self apply tile. And so you just give it a reference to a dyn tile. Well, no, it's not a reference to a dyn tile. It's like, because you implement T, so it's actually just a reference to implement. Like, we want the code to monomorphize it, so it's easier. And then tile of, but this is that reference to it, so it's not actually moved, and then so you get to keep it. Wait, what? The trait dyn, okay, fine. We need to turn you into a tile first, so we need to say let tile equals box new tile. Then you get to be tile at the end there, and then you get a reference to tile. As tile, as ref. Okay, can I say that you take in fucking T where T is tile? And then we just say your T. Is that how that works? No, why can I not fucking as ref you? Okay, fine. You take in T where, and you take in T, so I don't need to fucking, and then we say fucking box new tile, and then you should be able to be referenced to the fucking tile. But you need to also specify the T is tile. T implements tile, and then we need to say, hey, you get a reference to tile. to tile. Like so, and so you apply. Why? What do you mean? How? Wait. First off, that's self-referential. So apply tile. Maybe that was what the problem was. Yeah, possibly. You don't implement deserialize. Well, first off, you're like 30 skip. Now that does mean that when we go to deserialize, which we're doing here, oh, it's annoying. Okay, fuck off. The AI is correcting my spelling now. Intermediate score. Okay, so we say if tile ends chain, add the current chain to the intermediate chain and 0. Okay, then we say if let okay value equals tile.apply current chain as f32 self.state. Nope, don't clone it. Just give it as a fucking reference. Okay, well, that's my fault because apparently when I was implementing, I think the AI wrote some of this stuff. That's probably why it's like, yeah. Okay, so you just apply the fucking use return value. That's hilarious. The deep implementation is do nothing. So we pass in state and then we say self.current chain equals value. Yep. Okay. Error. Handle errors if any warning tile could not be applied. Yes, but we also want to know. We want to know the error too. So we go. That's my fault for ignoring that match. And then here we go. Okay. Value applied successfully. And then you become what? E. The fuck? Yes. What the fuck is going on? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? You do that, you do this, and then you do this, you do this. Why are you not? Okay, there we go. Handle error if needed. At the moment, we're just going to print the errors out. At the moment, nothing does anything, so that's funny. Okay, so we have current score and intermediate score, and okay, so this is the testing our serialization. So current chain score is 0, intermediate score is 0, and the state is a new hash map. Because obviously you have a new, don't you? I don't know. We've got default. No? Okay, so usually we're going to have to implement deserialize because what we need to do is when we're deserializing these, we need to be applying them to work out what the current chain scores actually were. Because in theory, we don't need to serialize them. we can just save all the tiles, because the tiles are the only unique information. We can recreate the score from the intermediate step. So, like in theory, we just like skip this and skip that because we don't actually want to save that stuff because it'll cause issues when we do. We'll have to write our own deserialize though, which is going to be so goddamn annoying. Sure. See, I don't think serialize we care about. Because, like, again, serialize, we're literally just serializing the vector. So it doesn't matter because we drop all the information. So we'd be like DE, and then deserialize DE for sequence, and then deserialize. And so we're going to say sequence is equal to sure. Then we can say, hey, map. I don't think map's correct. That, yeah, no, doesn't seem right. So what we need to call this is call something like let map equal deserialize dot deserialize struct Okay, so the name of the struct should be player. We're just gonna rename this whole fucking thing sequence. You are player. Because you stopped kind of being a sequence. Anyway, we don't want to implement that. I don't want to derive that, I mean. Okay. So serialize works fine because we're just going to stick the name in, we're going to stick the title in. You expected a result. Okay. So fields, so we have to specify what fields are available. So the fields that are available for you are name and tiles. I don't actually know how that works. But then we need a visitor. Yep, that'll work. Oh, no, come on. You have the right thing. Why are you not tab calling? Thank you. So then we need a visitor, and so we need to fucking have it. Damn it. So the map, and so when we say deserialize struct, then we give it a v, and then v needs to return a value. So in reality, we can just do this. Do this, and then we just get rid of that, and we just need to say, hey, can we impl the impl, I think it's a visitor for player. I'm curious if I can pass in a default player and actually deserialize it like that. That would be kind of cool. So then we say type, value is player, and then we say expect a struct with name and tiles. Okay, yep, no, okay. So then we say visit. Now, is it a map? See, here's the thing, because we visit new type structs. We visit map. I'm assuming it's a map. Like that's what that tells me. Is that when you say deserialize struct, into the deserialize the type, it expects a struct with a particular name and fields, right? And yeah. Empty? No. Default, that's the word. Default. Do you have default? I think you do. Yeah, you don't. Okay. I'm going to say... Is it player new? And then he's going to give you an empty name. New name is empty. Okay. So, visitor. Why are you complaining? Because you don't have a lifetime. I think is the problem. Hey. Okay. So, well, here's the thing. DE. Right. Okay. And map A, and then so you're expecting a type. So, can we get access to self? Can we get access to self immutably? I think that's something you can do. I don't think like you can't force them to not be mutable when they own it. Okay, and then we're going to return error. Actually, just return to do, so that it stops printing irrelevant information. Okay, so we're going to say something along the lines, because we're getting access to a map. We're going to say like map dot. What can I do? Well, first off, we should probably use certi the map. I'm assuming that's what you are. Map access. Provides the visitor access to each entry of a map in the input. This trait. This is a trait that a deserializer passes to the visitor implicitly. Okay, so I'm assuming where A is map access. It doesn't actually say that at all. Wait, no, yeah, we're V in map access. Okay. They use map access. So we say map dot key, next key. Okay, so we don't actually get to query for specific keys. So we're going to say next value. No. Next entry is probably what it was. Next. Yeah, next entry. So we're gonna say match map that can I return none? No. Okay, so map map error map error 30 D error custom, no, is it missing field? And the field is, I actually have no idea because wait a second, the option to next entry, is it option? It's a result to an option. Oh, okay. Can I just say custom? Right, and then that should be all like something. I don't know. What, I don't even know what type this is. That's the issue. I think I do this. Right. Maybe. So surely next entry should be returning an error type that I can actually use. That's what I don't get. Like, surely your self error. Right. Like, and so why can't I just, why couldn't I bubble that up? Like, so like, why can't I say like some underscore do this and then none do this? Right, so why are you saying this? So you're saying type annotation needed next entry. Oh, because you need to know what type the K and the V are. Okay, so what we need to do is say match next key, and the next key, I don't know if that'll work. I don't know, maybe. Like, you gotta do something special with these keys because they're next key. There's some kind of pattern you can do with keys because, like, obviously if you're doing a binary format you don't have the string, so something's wrong with this. So what are you saying? Not convert from option. Okay, so map access, so K just needs to be deserialized, which is confusing to me, but anyway. So you would then give me an option K and then we can match this and that, and we say, okay, first off, apparently map isn't, okay, so we need to be mutable so that we can fucking take access to it. But anyway, we're gonna pop this and say, don't do this. What is actually wrong with it? Non-exhaustive pattern. Okay, some. Okay, so next key. So there's a way you're supposed to like be able to do this. So if I said map dot next entry, does this have it on it somewhere? I swear there was like you can derive some kind of trait on like a struct that's supposed to let you use it as maybe. So if we like went like an enum like the like fields, and then we're gonna have like things like name, title, and then you go like derive 30 the value. No, so I'm assuming what you do is you derive, serialize, and deserialize on these, and then you serialize and deserialize them, because what that translates to is that if you've got a string-based version, you'll get a name, but if you've got a binary version, you'll get brain stop. you'll get an integer. Hence, like, it works in both, because if you use string, then you have to be in a string-based format. So it's like string-based serialization. God, this fucking AI is shitting me off right now because it's just doing random shit. Okay, so self.name is map.nextValue. There's a static cow unwrap or else. No method named unwrap or else. Yeah, I think that's because we just do that. Right, because it says next value, and then we return an error or you'll write fucking value, and then we say field and then tiles, and then okay. So this one's gonna be a little bit different because it's next back. Okay, first off, no unwrap. Okay, so this extracts all the tiles, but we don't just want to set tiles. I think that's the issue. We can only really pull out the vector. Like, there's no way to like pass in our own thing. I don't think. Like, can we say like they're like map dot next? Or we can give it a seed. Next key. Next and seed, and then the seed is v, where we return v value. So you return a result with a v value. So we could pass in a seed, as in like we will decode it as we go, but I think the smarter thing to do is just to drain one vector into the other. So what that probably translates to is we want to go to player and we want to go, hey, can we add a function that says like add tiles, which takes in immutable self. And tiles, which is just a vector of tiles, and then it says for tile and tile, self.apply tile, self.push tiles. Yep, that's what we want to do. And then instead of just doing this, we want to say tiles equals self.add tiles. Okay. Cool. So when you say, hey, next field, and so if you get none, I don't think this is an error though, because, well, I guess technically it is. Or in 0 to 2. Like, there you go. Do it twice. You should find exactly 2 fields. If you get none, missing field name or title. Okay. And then if you get to here, we just return okay, self. I think that should work. What? No. The size of the value dying tile can we not know? Yes, but they're boxed. And you take a reference. Consider removing this as and wait, what? The size of the value. But can I just pass in a reference like that? I don't think so. Yeah, you need to be a reference. A reference to the dereferenced value? No, you definitely can't do that. But you're applying tile, so I don't understand why you even care what T is. Why don't we just make you a dying tile then? I think that changes nothing. There, because you don't need to know what the type is. There we go. Okay. So that should, in theory, that should fix everything. Okay, so game state, then come down here and go, what are you complaining about? So this is new player. So a new player needs to do some things. Well, why don't you just call player new with name? I don't know if you need to clone it. You just pass the name in. You're saying that that'll fix it? Oh no, that didn't run at all. Okay. Okay, cool. So we pass in the player's name. Okay. So do this and run that, and then go. Okay. See if this compiles, and when it runs, new game, and then test. Okay. So well, it didn't crash. The act select is in the wrong spot. I thought I told you to be on the other side, but apparently not. So play screen, and then there's something else. So how did I? So I said right. Do I have to say left val auto? Like, is that what the problem is? Is like that you're? Well, we can test that because we can just go here and be like hello controls, and then I want to go to node. I say, oh, it's already left auto. Right percent. So why the hell are you over there then? If I set that to auto, now you snap. Okay, first off, why would a right percentage push you into the right fucking side? Why? Why is that the default behavior? Why are you okay? Fuck it. It's probably do flex direction. Why would right not put you on the right side? Whatever. Justify self end. Nope. Align self end. Okay. So we want auto percent 2.5. Okay. So we need to say align self end. Wherever that was. So align self end. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, that puts that in the right spot. So we should probably add scores as well. Maybe less padding. it's very padded. Probably should render what the person's score is back to okay, so we need to be rendering their score. So I think we need to migrate this into its own thing. Maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to write like custom logic that's like if screen wider than, so like it's vertical when you're on a narrow screen and horizontal on a wide screen. So we'll just make them their own thing. P dot spawn. This is going to be and then P dot spawn. And then you do your own thing. So that and then we say so your name is now new. So this is just so this is score. And then hilariously, you're actually just going to consist. I think you need a node. But I think we just want a default node. I'm not sure. And then like, and then we go children. Something. This is going to be text score. Player.score.toString. Total score.toString, and then sure. Then we need to do the same thing, but you are name new chain. And then also we need a like a node default, and then same thing, children shop chain send, and then current chain string. Alright, let's see what that looks like. And then I have to implement a whole bunch of tiles, but I'm gonna have to go have dinner before I do that because it's just gonna take too long. I've enjoyed the stream. I do always enjoy streaming when I get consistent people. Yeah, we get like test player. The current score is 0, chain is 0, which is incorrect. Now, why is that 0, 0? I just want to test that actually. So, let me go wherever we have player, wherever that hell is. The hell that is player. Game state. Players. Can I register the player's resource? Possibly, but probably not. I can't be bothered. Why is your score 0? Am I getting the wrong player? I'm getting the right numbers. I highly doubt, like, well, actually that would be why. Basic tile doesn't implement its apply because yeah, that was dumb. Don't give this a default implementation. All it's going to result in is me forgetting to fucking do it. There we go. AFN apply. Well. Okay, cool. That is, in fact, the correct thing to be doing. I thought about the AIs because, like, not only did it put the right code in place, because that's exactly what I do. It commented the code so that later I know what it fucking does. They don't modify the chain. They do all end the chain. So now when we go new game test player, they have a score of 41 and a chain of 4. See, the last number they got was 4, so they started with -1 points. And then they gained a point, and they gained 3, and then they gained 4, and then they gained 3, and then 4, and 4, and lost 2, and gained 4, and then 3, and then they I'm curious that if I go into here and go like tiles, is there a way to set this to the mode, like to grid without, you know, like grid auto flow column? It doesn't do anything. Row gaps, column gaps. Let's go like 5 pixels. 5 pixels. Yeah. Bases auto. Flow base. Okay. Flex. Okay. Row gap. Auto. Grid template row. Grid template column. Grid auto rows. Grid auto columns. Start. Sum. Okay. Span end. Go. Okay. Now, annoyingly, like grid row template, I don't think there's any way to count autofill, auto fit. Can I minimum start size function? Pixels. See, this is the issue. Wait, maybe grid auto rows? I just can't see what. Wait. They're not in a like a grid though, because like unless I crush them, like, these are out of line, so it's not in a grid. I don't know how to make it a grid. I'm assuming somewhere in here. Go to that. Repetition autofit. Start none. Some none. Span. Grid row. Now I wonder if I set this before it's initialized, maybe it does something different. Grid row, grid column. End. Span. I can't set these because they don't have default values. I don't know. I want to initialize a grid. Anyway, that's the end of the stream. I've got to go eat. And I'm getting distracted. Thank you for tuning in. I might continue this later. Might continue it another time. I don't know. Yeah. Thank you who at the end. And I maybe one day will turn this into a game, but at the moment it's just intended to be like a helper for doing something in real life. So, hope you've enjoyed me fucking around in Bevy.